You're unmuted.
Thank you. All right, we still do not have a quorum, but I'm going to call the meeting to order. We aren't planning on taking any votes, and I want to go ahead and get on. We've got a very busy schedule with lots and lots of people to see us today, and I don't want to wait any longer. So we do have present Jerry Stefanski, Jody Smith, and myself, Norma Scoggin. I have been told that one or two other people are planning to show up, but they're not here yet. And this is the fiscal 26 all-day budget workshop. The first item on the schedule is selectmen, administration, et cetera, but because our town administrator who would be doing that has another obligation this morning, we are going to begin with our assessor. And if you would please identify yourself for the record and tell us what you have to say about your department budget.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jackie Nichols. I am the Director of Assessing. Our department budget today is pretty simple. We just finished our 5-year certification last year, and so we are going through some interim for the next few years. We have our next one in 2030. So for our interim years, the valuation is done in-house, and our budget expenses are basically salaries, supplies, tuition, and that. What you will see on our operating expenses is that the total expenses is about $32,120, and that's different from last year, was only $16,990. That is because our personal property vendor and contract was part of the revaluation contract, so it didn't show up on this contract. But you'll see back in 2024, the total expenses were $29,200. So our $32,120 is up just a bit from that, and that is based on contractual obligations. The like I said, basically it's office supplies and salaries, and the office supplies would also include things like tuition, licensing, and stuff like that.
And can you explain the $12,000 increase in regular salaries and the increase in longevity?
Well, the longevity is what's contractually obligated for personnel that have been here over 10 years. And that would be both myself and Steve Curry. Steve Curry starts it this year.
Okay.
So, and I started last year. The salaries are estimated at 2% over step.
And these are union contracts?
Union contracts, yes.
So 2% in an inflationary period is low.
Well, this year I believe contracts are up and being renegotiated. So this is an estimate based on
past practice.
Yeah. Good phrasing for that, yeah.
Questions, comments?
I'm good, thank you, Jim. Is this the year you do the in-person reevaluations? Is it
We do that
every 5 years?
We do that. So I think you're talking about two different things.
Okay.
So we go out and inspect properties. You have to regulatorily personally inspect a property every 10 years.
Oh, 10 years.
So we are out there every year
Okay.
doing a certain percentage of it, because even just for single families, we have over 9,000 of them. So it's not like we can swarm them in a year.
Mm-hmm.
That the money that we use for that is in a separate measure and list account that we have had since right after I got here. We still work on that. So we go out and look at some every year, whether it be based on what's being permitted, inspections that are requested by homeowners, and what we call cyclical inspections. We do a little bit every year. So that handles that. Also, same thing for commercial and industrial, which I do most of.
You do personally most of the,
Yes.
oh, I didn't know that.
And on the on the 5-year thing, that is the 5-year certification that's mandated by the state, where they come in and make sure that all of our values are up to snuff.
Okay,
And that was our last year.
okay.
So the values will be done on an interim basis going forward, and I do those as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate the information. I'll let you get back to work.
I'm gonna leave some extra copies in case other
Yeah.
people want them.
Appreciate it. We will hang on to those.
That was painless. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I will do
It shouldn't
so.
go so well.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
And if you would, I believe our EMS representative is out today.
Hello. Here comes Alan.
Apologize, I'm late.
All right, we've got Alan Slavin now, so we do now have a quorum.
Take this with you.
I got tied up
Yeah, Patty
downstairs.
wants.
Yes. I need to order lunch.
Oh, come on in. You could be done by the time Alan gets to the other end of the room.
This is entirely possible. Mine should be pretty brief today. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. And so this is our EMS presentation. If you would please state your name for the record.
My name is Brad Allen. I'm the EMS director here in town.
Wonderful.
Four. So four. So pass down. Each have a little packet there.
And if you have extra copies to leave for the people who are
Yeah.
not present.
I have a whole pile of them, so I don't know if that's.
Yes, just leave them right there.
I'll just leave those stacked there. So what I've included here is the expense budget. Probably put these in the wrong order. Put a brief little organizational chart, shows myself and the staffing that we currently cover. I have 16 allotted full-timers, 15 of those spots are currently filled, and then we have a small complement of part-timers, which I believe is right now at 14 or 15 paramedics and EMTs. What you see on the last page, again, I put this in the wrong order, so I apologize. It's just a little breakdown of some of the services we provide. We're the sole provider of EMS to the town of Wareham. We've approximately 5,500 calls for service just last year, with 4,000 people transported to the hospital. This year, we're up to calendar date today, we're at 1,163, which is about 80 to 100 more than this time last year. So our, unfortunately, you know, in our line of work, when business is busy, it's unfortunate for the town, but we are experiencing increased call volume. We do have a couple of, we run 2 ambulances 24 hours. Two of them are set for replacement. I have one coming in May, and then the build projects, they're projecting now 3 years out for any new orders, which is kind of wearing us down. So if we look to the expense budget, that's where under salaries, that's step increases plus potential 2%. They are in a contract year. I'm not sure what they're looking at as far as what they're gonna close on. But I factored in step plus 2%, which is where that's the salaries that led there. As far as expenses, I am requesting to increase vehicle repair and maintenance by 5,000. With our aging fleet and the slow replacement plans that we've been getting, we've been creeping right up on that 30,000 mark and sometimes a little bit over. So we're looking to just kind of bolster that just to keep everything up and running with the increased volume that we have.
That's not his email address.
Further down in that fact sheet, I was able to go through, I've only been the EMS director for 1 calendar year at this point. Looking through, I was able to narrow the budget down to some things that, you know, I don't necessarily need and we found that weren't practical for the department, so we were able to delete some of that. Some of the office supplies we reduced based on, with the new technology that we have, everything is cloud-based and everything is internet-based, so the need for hardened office supplies is no longer there. Travel, we aren't traveling for classes, everything's a lot more virtual now, so we found where we can kind of tighten up on a few of those, and it's just no longer needed as far as the lines to try to offset that vehicle maintenance. But other than that, there's nothing really drastic on that we're requesting.
Appreciate the effort to keep expenses in line. That's
Trying to kind of offset, you know, put it back where we need it as opposed to, and notice, you know, noticeable reductions where we could.
that's great. To what do you attribute the increase in calls, if you know?
I do know, and I don't want to speak too candidly on it, but there's the backup in the primary care physicians, the urgent care centers. A lot of people are now, unfortunately, utilizing our services for primary care. You call your doctor, you can't get an appointment for a week. So some people, what most of us would see is, you know, a lesser issue, you know, who knows, your personal bias is what a true emergency is, so they are calling us for a lesser acuity. So I'd say that our volume is up, but the acuity of the patients that we're seeing is kind of leveled out.
Okay. Does that have does it have any effect on how much time a particular call takes, or is it still gonna be the same?
It's if we're just taking care of more people, so now it's a backlog now, so we're sending ambulances out for more, you know, and it's leaving some people in waiting. Sometimes we are relying on mutual aid at that point. You know, we're not at the point where we can justify putting up a third ambulance, which that's a conversation for the future. If the numbers keep increasing at the rate they are going, you know, that's something that we will have to consider. But right now my staff's getting tired, but they're managing at the moment.
And I guess that would be a concern for capital planning if we need a third ambulance.
Right, which is something I've been talking to Derek, because with the increase of the medical facilities that we've been finding in town, the rehab and detox centers and those conversations, those are the higher, those bring in higher volume. So in order to sustain that volume is where we're kind of teetering at that, you know, we're pushing up there. I don't foresee it happening this year, but we are looking, you know, towards the future that if the volume, you know, doesn't come back down, you know, and it only increases the rate it's going, we're looking that way.
You know, on the same, you know, pick up where Norma left off. I'll admit, I'm guilty of listening to the scanner in the summertime. I don't listen to it all the rest of the year except July and August, and I can hear calls that you're waiting, you're just getting ready to leave somewhere, and that leads to what's saying the growth of this town.
Right.
I mean, we got a couple more potential rather large developments coming in.
Large developments, we just we found the new drug and alcohol rehab facility that's over by the police station with Gosnell coming into town. That the new housing behind Rosebrook.
So in my own personal opinion, I think it's gonna be a lot sooner than later where you may need a third.
Right, we are actively, I mean, we're watching it close. I mean, thankfully, you know, we're well involved, and I have conversations nearly weekly with Derek as far as, you know, what's coming and what we're looking to be prepared for.
I mean, when you say the turnaround for a new ambulance could be 3 years, could be 4 years down the road, who knows? But it's something that could be concerning.
It is, and it's something that we've been having to, as I said, monitor very, very closely. Because I also look at, you know, where the justification on a third ambulance is how much mutual aid we're, unfortunately, if we rely on our partners for. And right now, we're potentially on a busy day, 3 to 4 a day, we're bringing in other towns, which is a concern for the residents because you're now bringing in an ambulance that's 15 minutes away as opposed to one that's in town.
Right.
And I understand mutual aid, is that mutual aid from another town, or is that maybe one of these private ambulance services?
We don't have any private services that are
any.
based within.
So this is another
calling
another
Marion,
community, okay.
Marion, Bourne,
Well,
Rochester.
that could be concern for their residents also.
Right, so
I mean,
it
that's
is
something
conversations that we actively have, and
together.
you know, you don't wanna lean too heavy on them as, you know, as a primary provider, but it's something that we are exploring for, you know, whether it ends up being, you know, I anticipate that it, you know, would potentially start as like a Monday through Friday, like a 9 to 5 deal, cause that seems to be our busier volume hours.
Mm.
So we are, you know, it's a concern that we are actively watching.
Can you explain when you do have mutual aid calls? I assume we also respond to other towns, is that?
Yes, we do.
And how does that play out? Is it a fairly even exchange? Do we take more than we give? How does that work?
I don't have those, I mean, I could get the numbers, but it seems like we're leaning a little heavier on our mutual aid partners than they lean on us. But that being said, there's a slight disparity, because when we utilize we utilize Marion to come in, they do a quick transport, they're off at Toby, they leave. If we respond, say, to Carver relies on us to go, significantly further and then transport to an outside hospital, so they're utilizing us for a longer time period, so we may utilize people for more volume, but they're utilizing us for a longer time
For more
period,
time, yeah.
which then in turn takes away from our services here to town. So it's difficult to compare. Sometimes Bourne will call us in to stand by at a structure fire, which we could end up over there for 4 to 5 hours, versus us bringing them in 2 times for a half hour. So there's some disparity, but it's
Another thought, now you use a private billing service,
yes.
and I don't know if you have this, I'm just your collections, I know you're not at 100%. Would you say, 95% when you do a run?
So
I know
there-
you get a lot of calls for different reasons.
So unfortunately, a lot of our payers, I believe 56% is Medicare, 14% is Medicaid. So a lot of those they determine the rates on the reimbursement. We do unfortunately have some people that don't have insurance, we don't have an address, a listed address to send them the bill to, so there is some, some unevenness in the collection. That being said, there is a bill in front of the house at the moment, which we are very closely looking at. It's going to require now private insurance to pay the full rate. So the full municipal rate. So say you call 911, because we've been finding a lot of insurers are determining that 911 is out of network and they're not covering a lot of costs, which it's bizarre to me. So they determine, if it's an out of network, they only provide X amount of reimbursement, and now the individual is left to cover the balance, which then sometimes they either don't pay, don't have the ability to pay, things like that. The bill before the state is now going to require private, so now say your insurance, you call 911, your insurance is now going to be required to pay the municipal established rate, so we will get full reimbursement from private insurance. So there are some things that are in the works that should hopefully increase our revenue, and our cost of service obviously is increasing as the trucks, but we're actively seeing, as far as going to collections and going to court with these people. Conversations we've had, I don't think we're at that point yet.
Now, if you answer a call and they refuse transport, there's no reimbursement.
There is no reimbursement. And actually, a conversation, you say this.
I kind of know the answer to some of these. If anybody's watching, sometimes
absolutely.
the public needs to know some of these things.
That was actually something we were exploring, and a recent conversation within a month we've had it. Other communities, they offer what they call, it's a community impact fee, where if a certain resident, they have frequent use of our services and don't end up with the transport, and we don't, there is that's a different avenue of approach, which we haven't gotten there yet. But we do have some residents that will call us several times, even sometimes several times in a week, utilize our services, don't get transported, and we don't bill for that. So we are, but also at the same respect, we don't want to lean too heavy on the residents, because if these people, you have a true, you fell outside and you just need help getting up, we don't want to, seem like we're just coming in we don't want to come in with a bill.
That's a tough call.
So it's, how do you make that delineation on, who deserves a bill and who doesn't? I don't think we're at that point of, picking and choosing, because, we do want to provide a good service to the residents. They do, we want to be good neighbors.
Yeah. When I say tough call, I mean tough decision to
Right,
make.
right. Who deserves the bill and who
criticizing you
doesn't?
just
And who's the person that
Yeah.
determines what's billable and what's not is on a non-transport. So that's a tough one.
Yeah.
And I don't have a great answer for that, as far as what, again, who deserves a bill and who doesn't. Yes, sir.
Smile. A couple things.
Of course.
Jody brings up the the amount of money that we've been able to recover. It's always been a very difficult issue. We're lucky if we recover 50% of the billings, just because of how it all works. We have the Burgess plan, which very few people in town take advantage of, which I think last time I looked a while ago was like $50 period. That doesn't even cover someone getting into the ambulance.
So to fall back on the Burgess plan, we actually recently increased the rate of the Burgess plan. So it used to be a per household fee, flat rate. We still bill your insurance, and whatever we recoup for your insurance, you're no longer responsible for either the copay or otherwise.
Yep.
The Burgess plan, it was positive funding for, I believe it was calendar or last fiscal year. The Burgess plan brought in, I don't have the number in front, I believe it was 5,600, and the result of the write-offs as a result of that were 2,900. So we were in the green with the Burgess plan at the previous rate, approximately $2,000. So we weren't going into the negative due to the Burgess plan, but we did recently increase the Burgess plan to a per person rate. So, because we were finding that you had one household sign up with 4 members at a $50 rate was getting the same service that, you know, one person living at home was. So we moved it to a per person rate, and we've actually seen a recent increase an uptick in the popularity of it. There were some articles that circulated through the Wareham Week, and we've been seeing a lot more subscriptions.
That's my concern. Is
As a
they made it
result.
popular, so.
It did become popular, but that's what we're finding is the popularity is and not to, you know, run numbers here, but it's been a lot of the names that we haven't seen frequently as our users of the service. So I think we'll just see another balance come up of, you know, I don't think we'll ever go into the red with the Burgess, because you'll have, you know, I see it if I, you know, had a family member or otherwise, I would sign up for it, and, you know, my family's never called for, you know, we'll knock on wood, my family's never called for 911 services. So you see it, you know, with the increases in everything, people see a $50 fee, that's a nice easy thing to, and they may never call us. So it's, but we are now with the billing company and myself tracking to, you know, who's utilizing it, what monies have been written off because of that, and as of the old rate, it was still a positive thing for the town.
The other piece is that the police department has a program where if you have an alarm system and it goes off constantly and they have to respond, after a certain number of times, they charge you. It's in I think it's in our bylaws or something. So if you're gonna go that way, you should be able to get something like that put into the town bylaws as well, just so you know. Going to the actual vehicles and stuff, you still have 3 ambulances?
We do, yes.
But I know one is pretty old, 2006 or something.
2014, a 2016, and a 2019.
Okay, so I believe on capital planning, I think we have in for replacement because of the 3-year plus lead time. Isn't there one on order right now?
We currently have 2 on order.
Okay.
We're taking delivery of one of them. I just talked to the dealer the other day that I should have it in my garage the 2nd week of May. I'm hoping that's true. We all know there are some delays that happen like that, so I'm hoping by June we have that one, and then we just recently ordered in the fall. We ordered, that's the one that they gave us a 3-year lead time on.
Okay.
The one that we're taking delivery in May, we ordered in 2022.
So the 2019, you use what do you use for a lifespan, 5-6 years?
We average 9 years on them, because we do every 3 trucks times 3 years is where we end up, hopefully at 9 years. My 14, we're now 2025, we're at 11 years because of the delay. We ordered it in 2022.
Yeah, as long as you stagger it at a set time frame, it works. That's how the school bus system should work also.
Ideally, if we order one every 3 years, my oldest is still only 9 years when it gets replaced. You know, the mileage is getting up, we're at 180,000 on one of them, 160,000, and those are hard miles, unfortunately. A lot of start stops, you know, a lot of idle time, so the mileage isn't a true indicator.
Are we being required to use electric vehicles yet for ambulances?
No, not that I've heard any.
Please don't. And the last thing is.
I hope not.
Me too. The last piece of what I have is the actual people on the ambulances. Are you still having shortages because our rates are lower than, you know, surrounding ambulance services?
We have tried to, our rates we are slightly lower as far as comparable. The private ambulances we can't compete with. Those rates are just absolutely, I'd say bananas, because they're paying, but as far as we are, and they are, something they're exploring the contract this year. But what, I've tried to do as far as in the last year is create the culture that everybody wants to work for, and then, we can kind of let them negotiate their contract and try to build it up to something that is sustainable for them. Again, we're only slightly back from where other communities are. I just would hate to see those other communities make a significant jump, because I feel like we're, once we catch up, the other communities make a jump, and then that's where, everybody's kind of playing catch up as far as contracts go.
I think it's really important that, and the salary or fringe benefit issue, that we keep ahead of the curve, simply because, you can have 5 ambulances, but if you only have enough crew for 2, it doesn't matter.
So in my career here in Wareham, we're actually at the most full-time staff that we've had, and I'd like to keep them. We have 16 full-time spots. I have 15 of them full.
That's a good thing.
I remember at one point we were down to, I believe, 8 or 9,
Yep,
which
we were.
creates a heavy tax on the staff that are here, because they're working, several 24-hour shifts of overtime
Right.
beyond.
And it's more expensive because of the overtime.
It's more expensive because the overtime, the staff get tired, and you end up with
Burnt out.
burnt out, and then you get into sickness and injury, and it's
When the
it's a wear
ambulance
factor.
stops at the hospital, are they required to stay until the patient's processed or whatever else? I know the ambulance usually can't just drop them off and go.
So we have to stay until we've properly handed off care, which means they've been put somewhere is the first factor of it, and that somebody at the hospital has accepted responsibility for them. We have over the summer this past summer had a few issues where the hospital didn't have a place to put them, and then they didn't have the staff to take the report on them. So we were standing by for sometimes 30 minutes waiting for a place to put them, versus 5 years ago, they had a bunch of open beds, staff was everywhere, you're in and out of the hospital in 10 minutes. That over the summer, we were looking at, sometimes it was 30 to 40 minutes, which creates a delay because we can't leave.
I remember the ER before the new one was built. They'd have people in the hallways and everything else. The ambulance had to stay 3 and 4 hours.
The West Coast is dealing with a lot of that.
We were too here.
Thankfully, we're at about, at the most we've seen was about 30 to 40 minutes, which is significant, especially when, and it's difficult on our providers to hear it too, because another call's going out that's right up the street, and now we're leaning on somebody, our mutual aid partners, whereas, so we were working with the hospital staff as far as that transition period. We've gotten that down. There's incidentally, it's, we have long periods, but across the board, I think that's down, which that was the hospital on a staffing issue they had the new ER, but they weren't staffing certain areas of it.
That was a pay issue.
We're gonna be running out of time soon. Cherry, do you have any
No
questions or
questions.
comments? I guess the only other thing I would add is, basically your budget, your fees pay for the budget, right?
Yes.
This doesn't actually cost the taxpayers of the town, if everything goes well, right? Doesn't actually cost us anything extra, so, and that's a good thing.
And we did just increase our billing rates within the last several months too, so we should see a small spike in our revenue, which it's gonna help offset those future expenses. As
Wonderful.
far as, when that infamous third truck starts coming around, or my salaries, depending on how that goes.
I mean, my sense is this is a well-run, appropriately priced department.
And room for improvement, we are
Always.
trying to actively improve and, work with the community to get there, but at this point, we are I'd like to say that we're running a good show without tooting our own horn.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And I guess next is Ken
All right.
and Josh.
Get the seat warm for you.
Yes, so feel
Have a
free to
great day. Thank you for your
pull
time,
up and
Jane.
pull up or pull around another chair. Good morning.
Is MO anybody of importance?
M.O.,
I don't know if it's an initial of like a member or something
No.
like that.
not that I know of.
Okay.
Josh, if you would pull around next to.
Oh, sure.
Just so that we've got both of you in the picture when you're speaking. Of course, thank you.
Wait.
I'll make sure I don't want any reports there.
And if you
Ken,
have,
you still hanging around?
Yeah, he's still trying.
I can't let it go.
Nobody leaves. If you have any extra copies, if you just leave them down at the end for the people who are not here in person today,
All
I
right.
appreciate that. And so next item on our schedule today is the Planning and Community Development Department. And if you would both introduce yourselves for the record, we would appreciate it.
Ken Buckland, Director of Planning and Community Development.
Josh Faraday, Land Use Coordinator.
All right, and Ken, I thought you had retired.
He thought so too.
Like Alan, I'm just hanging around.
Yeah, all right. So if you would please just tell us what you have for us today with regard to your department budget.
Well, this is a budget that is based on somewhat of a change in the organization of the department, where we'll have a town planner and an economic development coordinator and conservation agent and a principal department assistant.
And we're not all one person.
Exactly, and our budget is level funded. Again, we have under other professional services 20,500 that is used principally for minute taking and minute production. And that is a single person that does it for the three major land use boards: Conservation Commission, Zoning Board, and the Planning Board. Everything else is level funded, and
So with on salaries, I see your salary request is lower than fiscal '25. Why is that?
that's because the position that is being filled in as town planner and economic development is at a reduced cost to the town. So we're actually saving money in for the same production.
Ken, could you just this page here with the positions, could you give us a name for each position? Who's the?
Well, we just put out the job announcement for the town planner, so that is
Open right now.
open right now. Economic development is also open as well too. Conservation agent is filled at this point, and the principal department assistant is filled at this point.
For the two open positions, is there salary included in your budget?
Yes, salary is included. So,
For a full year salary? Or?
yeah, for a full year salary, that's correct.
I see you've got some grants listed, which
Yes.
I would like to hear a little bit more about. It was some pretty substantial money there.
Yeah, there is. The Complete Streets program was something that the state DOT had promoted, and we got, because we went through that process, we got a grant for $500,000 for making pedestrian and ADA improvements on the streets. This would be for Main Street and Onset and some other smaller projects around town.
Curb cuts,
Yeah,
crosswalks.
yeah. The 70,000 for the study at Jack's Marsh is a climate change kind of a project.
Where's Jack's March?
It's on Indian Neck Road. $500,000 to purchase easements for the Minot Avenue multipath. This is also keyed up with the $177,000 for design of the multipath. that we're working on now at this point. It's at 25% design. It needs to go to 75% design before we can actually purchase the easements for the path
And how long do we have to spend that 500,000?
until December 31st of 2026.
Just so everybody knows, yesterday at SERP at JTPG, the bike path for Minot Ave and Narrows Road is now on the tip for 2030. So if the grant runs out in 26, we're 4 years from.
Well, that's to purchase the easements, though. It's
That's
not to-
right.
Not to complete the
I
project.
understand, but I'm just saying that
It's gonna sit on the shelf for a while, yeah.
it's been on the shelf quite a while. And there's a lack of desire from some people in town that make that decision as well.
So maybe we can change our mind before 2030.
Way before.
Uh,
Thank you.
Going further on, 75,000 for the design study, that's for a roundabout at the Depot Avenue, Onset Avenue, Minot Avenue intersection, which is a fairly complex intersection, as you know.
But I thought I saw a couple of years ago, that all these different designs, and I don't know where I went to a meeting, might have been over multi-service. I
That's
live
right.
right by there.
That's right.
What happened to all those plans
Those are the ones that are being taken forward.
from this money?
That's right.
Okay.
Plan B.
And
And
would-
alternate B is the one.
Would that feed into the multi-path plan?
Yes.
Yes, it would. There'd be a connection there that has to make the path so that they continue on to Onset Avenue.
Just so everybody understands, that particular intersection, because of the railroad, Mass DOT is gonna have to sign off on that.
Yeah.
And it's not on the tip, because we haven't got it that far yet. I believe, just as a by interesting, that if we get the roundabout approved to go, then I believe the multi-path can happen. Without that, it's probably not gonna happen.
Especially with that gas station totally vacant down there now.
It's sold.
Oh, it's sold.
Oh, yeah.
Because he might be at that time trying to grab it. You can.
Yeah, he's come forward with a concept as well to
Oh, yeah,
redevelop that, so,
Can't believe how well they cleaned it up. I mean,
yeah, that needed it too.
oh,
Definitely.
not disputing that. I was just surprised one day. I said, wow, they did a lot of work here.
So we have another 95,000 for a zoning bylaw rewrite. That's ongoing now. They're going into the process of writing the RFP for that. 40,000 for the nitrogen loading study at Little Harbor. This is one that actually has just been completed, and it's for a satellite treatment facility for Little Harbor. 250,000 for the removal of the Parker Mills Dam. That's at the Tremont. That's just money that the state just gave us a whole without any match. And then we have
Is that enough money to remove the Parker Mills Dam?
no, it is not. It's going to require probably $1 million more to get the design done and the permitting done and get everybody in line and get the DOT to okay the change that's going to occur under their bridges on Route 28 and Route 25.
Is there a plan for the additional $1 million?
No, there isn't. What we're going to do is after we get this this project done with this 250,000, we're going to go to the state and ask for what we want more.
Okay.
And have a plan laid out for the design and the construction or destruction.
Quick question. We're still keeping the state agency in place? You know, Beth Lambert and stuff?
Yes,
Because that's where we get money through NOAA, et cetera.
yeah, that's where we'll get the money from. We don't expect money from the feds at this point, but we'll rely on the state in this case.
Thank you.
What else? 125,000 for design of downtown recreational facilities. This is the coastal pier, walkway, and kayak launching ramp at the behind the Merchants Way. So we have to get a crossing of railroad safe crossing, since we've had several unfortunate events on the railroad line there.
Other questions? Josh, you've been very quiet.
Who's writing the grants? I guess primarily responsible for finding about grants and then writing.
Well, I've been doing most of the grant writing, but
Will you be here forever, or?
From the guy that retired 3 years ago.
we've got a great intern that put together a nice grant application for us at this time. And I expect that Josh will probably be filling in and doing some more grant writing as well too.
Smile.
Yes.
I have one personal question, just give me 1 quick minute. I
Okay.
was at a function this past weekend, somebody came up to me, said, you on the finance committee? And I said, yeah. And the next thing I said, well, I called the selectmen about this problem. They said they're gonna look into it, they never got back to me, I called them, they won't pick up the phone, which, whatever. The sign down in, across from Wareham Crossing, I can't think of the name of the street, the Stone Path is and all those out there.
All right, the industrial park.
Industrial Park. They said, we're gonna get a sign. I said, okay, where's the sign? I know one got approved about 4 or 5 years ago, or 3 years ago,
Well, we got approved to, but we haven't found the money for it at this point.
so there's no
We
money.
tried, we made an application, a grant application that we didn't
Okay.
get.
That's all I need to know. There's no money. I don't wanna get into this any further. I'll come back with an answer for them and say that there's no money available right now. I'll leave it at that. That's
it,
fine.
That's it.
That,
We have
that's,
to- we have
that's
to-
enough.
We have to resolve ownership of the land there as well too, before we put up a sign.
I'm working on that.
Well, I figured Alvin would have an answer too.
That's the problem. We have, basically when the state did, Route 195, Route 25, and 495, they kind of moved to Route 28 from where it was over a little bit. If you're looking, going north, the piece to the right where you see the big boulders and all those vehicles.
Yep.
That's the issue. That someone has basically incorporated that as if it's theirs. So I've had 2 phone calls in the last couple of days on this, trying to get the state to make a decision to show us who actually they gave the land to.
You were the selectman that they mentioned.
All right, let's move on.
Something else.
Enough
Yeah,
of that.
I didn't.
All right, and no one has any more questions for these two, we will set them free to actually work.
All right, thank you very much.
I'd like to thank Mr.
Thank you.
Buckland for staying with us. Not been easy for him.
It's been a pleasure, actually. I want to see some of these projects come through, like the dam and the coastal facilities. I'd like to see them advance some more in the multi-pack as well too, even though it's gonna be a few years before it actually gets built. At least have something on the shelf and the design of it.
Ken and I went into Boston for the railroad crossings. That was a very unique experience for both of us.
That was, they warned us about the fence as well too.
Yeah, before the fence.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jim this morning, somebody tapped me on the shoulder and say, you on the finance committee? And I'm saying,
All
yeah.
right, the next
I've
up
seen it.
is municipal maintenance. Welcome, and would you feel free to pass out whatever you have
And extras.
and extras down at the
Thank
end,
you.
please. Thank you.
Now, who's taking the one copy, clean copy for minutes or something you said?
We don't actually do that, but we do need extra copies for the people who are not here
Yeah,
in person.
I got one for the
So
town.
that's just, everything extra can stay down there at the end of the table.
Okay.
And once you take a seat, if you would introduce yourself for the record and let us know what you've got.
All right, perfect. Well, my name's Mr. David Menard. I'm the municipal maintenance director. And I got my 26 budget proposal packet for you guys. We
Excellent.
can go through. Might as well, if you start right in the beginning, we got, it gives us key services. You know, we charge you parks, buildings, grounds, beaches. We got all the town's vehicle and equipment, plus the maintenance of the school buses, all the town roads, paving, grading, catch basins, tree work, We're also in charge of the townwide trash services. We also have the transfer station with the leaves, brush, metal recycling. We're also, our department's in charge of streetlights. We're in charge of 3 cemeteries, sales of graves, lots, burials, and snow and ice operations. So that pretty much gives you a few key services, what our department does. The next page kind of gives you a layout as far as how it's set up, just down the line, and it tells you how many employees we have. And we're going right up to page 2.
Now, I know you've added a couple new employees this year, heavy equipment operator, whatever. Are you still looking for more?
Actually,
Is it in the cards?
it's almost been 2 years. We finally filled a truck driver and an equipment operator. And we had to put it on the high rate of scale so that's what, on the next page, it kind of goes where we were, what I was requested, and what we compromised to get done. So there's multiple factors. We brought in a couple people at higher steps to get them in here. We had a couple part-timers that were keeping on. One part-time was a school student. He's been here for 2 years through his whole thing, and finally he's gonna come to us as a full-time laborer, and that's actually starting next month. So we're starting to get a few people, and we're at the first number. The big request that I came was trying to get some management back into place, because over the years we've lost our parks supervisor, cemetery supervisors, so general foremen, stuff like that we've lost down the line. And I've been trying to work with Derek and say that, I got 29 years, Glenn's got 39 years of time in here, and he's gonna start looking at, at some point when we retire, that he has to have some people in place to be able to run it. It takes a while to learn all these different, one thing is hey, you take it over the transfer station, we've been here for a long time, so we already know the cemeteries, we already know this, but a new person trying to learn it all, it's gonna take some time. So, but again, we compromised to get it down to not filling the management stuff, but trying to keep at least the laborers and the equipment operators and stuff like that, so. And they're under negotiations right now for trying to, get the pay rates up a little bit, so it might be a little bit easier for us to hire in the future. But that's the page 2, and it just kind of goes from year to year what our budget was and what the increase is.
And what is the salary increase you're building into this?
The whole total
Percentage.
salary increase was 205,967. That's from what we compromised on. Which, again, that was, some of that 200,000 too, I absorbed half of the school plumbers, which I didn't have in last fiscals too, so that was another one that, like I said, swapping part-times to full-time and absorbing that, and union raises and things of that nature too, so that's where the 200 comes from.
So the school plumbing, now you guys were sharing with the schools in
Correct.
half and half. Now you're
Yes.
paying the whole thing?
No, I'm only paying half of the plumber
So
salary.
still, okay,
Still,
I heard
yeah.
100, okay.
Yeah, so that's that, but that wasn't in my budget last year, that's why
Oh,
it's
I
gonna
thought
be
it was
this
in
year.
your budget last year.
No.
Oh, okay.
We didn't have the employees, so I was able to absorb it, the cost, but now, actually, we've pretty much filled you'll see, actually, when we go through it, I filled out even on a thing, that, like says, it's got a couple open positions, but they have been filled, they just haven't been, vetted yet, so they haven't gone through all the
Okay.
Corey, sorry, all the physicals and all that stuff yet, so. Because most of it's just in the beginning, so now it shows you kind of like the overtime payroll. I don't know, page 5, did you get which one we are? So the original one, page 4, we'd start with that one, and that was kind of basically what we have. And you'll see there's 3 open positions on the right-hand side, which are all filled. But we added them in. And all these numbers, effect is the one that we compromised on. The 1.6.
So one of the opens is listed as 0 salary.
In the beginning, you had, that's the laborer, remember, we had the laborer, and he's going from a part-time student there, that's why it's 0. He's going to full-time laborer.
Okay, so it's just a shift in position.
Shift in position, yeah.
Is your pay competitive with surrounding areas? I know the sewer department kind of brought theirs up a little bit, because they were
Yeah.
getting pirated all over the place.
Yeah, that's what, we've been doing the same thing, we're in the same boat, but now they're trying to straighten it out in negotiations that, so they don't have, right now, like I said, we're hiring at high steps.
Yeah.
So we can actually get the
Correct.
personnel. And then, so that kind of gives us, the first one's a list of the, employees and the payroll budget there. And then we've got the overtime payroll, that pretty much 275 hours and 100 hours. So it basically comes down to 5.2 hours a week. And that's how we figured the 275 and 1 hour for the office staff.
And if you can explain what the overtime is for, is it because it's not regular business hours and emergencies happen?
Yeah, like, this is based on 5 hours, so if you get one phone call for somebody threw bottle glass, broke in, any kind of, it's based on 5 hours. But we actually work, just trying to get it done, because we're so understaffed, so we're working on everything, park cleans up and cemetery, this overtime goes for everything in town that we utilize it for, so. It's not just emergency call-ins, it does go for trying to get jobs done also. The on-call pay, the next one on page 6, you got the contract, it's all mostly contractual. And that's kind of like, these guys get on-call hours and all the union contracts. Again, as open, but they're gonna be filled. Page 7, you're going to longevity, vacation contracts, licensing, these are all kind of contractual. In the original, when we compromised, the night differential's been removed out of there, and our seasonal help's been removed out of there, that 22 and the 5,000 is both zeroed out. So that was trying to get that payroll budget down a little bit. Actually, it goes right into the expenditures. Electricity, staying on track, we're level funded on that one. Basically, it's the utility costs have been going up, but we've been leaving that like the natural gas and stuff. So now we've put all mini splits in the town hall and stuff. We're saving on the gas part of it, but it's kind of changed over to the electric part of the
Still have to pay for it.
expenditure. Yeah. Propane level funded. You get a winter like this, it's pretty much I'm actually a little over budget on my propane this year, just because it was a cold winter. We have actually a small leak at the tank and the valves, one of the things, so I gotta actually drain them down and replace some of the valving in the tanks this year too. We're waiting as soon as the heating season's over to get that done. Natural gas, fuel oil, both level funded. Our water bill, added a extra $1,000 in the water line item we've got the new Bayview Park, we added a couple water areas for the garden clubs and stuff like that, so it's gonna be additional cost for them. Buildings, my buildings one line item, so I mean, we always spend extra on this line item, it's just so much maintenance items with buildings, it's he level funded it, as far as a compromise, but that's one of these things that we took out the 30,000, but I had even like that, trying to get some new tiles in the bathrooms in here and stuff like that. So I was trying to anticipate a little bit of that. But again, it got reduced down to level fund. Next one, R&M equipment, we got it went up $15,000. Actually in fiscal 24, I spent 67.5 in that line item. It's so I was trying to get it into what we were at, and now with all these tariffs and all this stuff like this, the pots and everything else, it's gonna. I'm hoping I can even do it with this in the future. But at least it's a start. Same rental and leased equipment, that went up $1,000, but even in FY24, we finished out at 4,500, 4,411. So it was pretty much, I'm just trying to get these, what we actually our need is. The uniforms 11,700, that's been staying pretty steady, just because of the way the employees, we haven't had them and stuff like that, so we should stay level over there. Protective clothing, same thing, it's we're level funding that, and that stuff a lot OSHA regulated stuff, you have to have the safety equipment and all glasses and all that stuff, so no way you're getting down on that one. Professional services, level funding that. Dues and memberships are still level funding that. Advertising staying level. Cellular actually decreased a little bit, since the supervisors and stuff like that, we've actually not, it's gone down, so that's why that got reduced to 500. Level funding the tuition, that's up there because we still got now personnel and stuff like that, need CDLs and stuff like that, still trying to train some stuff, so that's why that's there. Our licenses, that's level funded, and so many guys getting their physicals and all that stuff, and it stays pretty close to that number every year. Our custodian supplies, that's got an increase of $1,000. That's, we actually looking to get rid of our custodian contract that we have here. That's a $40,000 contract a year, and that's why we haven't actually 2 custodians in my division now. Instead of, we're gonna shift them down from a laborer down to a custodian, that way we can try to do it in-house and save a few bucks that way. So that's the plan. But with that, that's why you need a little extra supply money in there, so $1,000 there. Gas and diesel, we're level funding that, that's a pretty much line item that because we supply the fuel for a lot of different departments and stuff like that, so that number is always constantly moving around from, we have to purchase it and then they pay back us after the fact type of thing. Road materials, level funding. Highway supplies are level funding. Operating supplies, that's getting increased by 10. Again, this is one of the ones that everything, the prices after COVID just gone crazy, so we actually ended up in FY24 at 28,000, so I'm just trying to get that line up into where it should be. Our tools, that only went up to an extra $250. We have, even that's a contract a little bit in there too, that we gotta outfit one of our brand new trucks we got for a utility truck, so we gotta outfit that too, so I was gonna try to get a couple extra bucks just for that, just to outfit that. Our vehicles, also, FY24, we spent over 90,000, 90,145 in the vehicle repair line item, so that's why that's been increased 15. Our vehicle supply, same thing, spent the 7,500 in FY24, so that's up 25. And then obviously our outside contracted, you'll see that's from what I requested is a $40,000 decrease, is to try to get rid of that outside contract as a cleaning company to try to save. So that's why that one's at 55,000. And then the stormwater's staying the same at 100,000. So if you look at from fiscal 25 to 26, it's a total expenditure increase of $35,250, which is about 3.7%, which ain't bad for all these line items. Move on right to the transfer station. Now, transfer station, we have 4 part-timers over there. Overtime is for basically supervision, and we get a stipend payment there too also in that budget, because that's another contract thing, they get a stipend to run, because that was an added program to us, the transfer station and the trash. So the office staff takes care of all that extra billing and things of that nature. So there's the grand total on the transfer station payroll. Now I'll go right to street lighting, and this is level funding. And we're right in there we're close to these numbers. You got repair and maintenance, you got and electricity on all the street lights, which is again just staying level funded. Our last page would be snow and ice packet, which is it's increased $1,000, but that's the normal, that it has to go up. You have to increase it every year. And that's usually what we do. We're averaging in the 300s on these, even these small winters. If you have a real bad winter, you're doubling that number. You're probably in the $600,000-700,000 range. So, but he likes to keep it that number low, and you want to keep it where it's supposed to be, what we are, and we're spending kind of just under the 361, 320, 330, something like that on an average, like a light year like this. So that kind of goes through the whole packet. If you guys have any questions for me?
Questions?
Just one for me. David, on the MS4, the state's wonderful unfunded mandate,
Yep.
you're still required to do 25% of the stormwater drains each year? Clean
Cleaning, twice a year,
twice a year now?
twice a year.
Do you have enough money in your budget for all that?
This 100, with that 100,000, yeah, that gets them cleaned up. We're actually really got a company doing it for, and we jump in with our truck too, but we have a company coming and do the whole town. They're doing it in this, the two different things fall right at the end, and they try to get up to when the weather gets too cold, the basins all freeze and stuff. And actually, they should be coming back in now. Now it's starting to warm up again, and we'll get the rest of the town done in the spring. So this, I mean, where we have like 3,300 catch basins, so it's quite a task. They come in with 3 trucks, and we used to do it in-house, but when we had the manpower, and that's all that guy did was he went out every single day in a catch basin truck, which we're not, he can't do that no more.
I'm a little concerned for the future, with what's going on and stuff, and with Wareham under the new TMDLs, so stuff going into Buzzards Bay, which we don't have much control. The stormwater drains thing is a major issue that they're really pushing. They may push you to do more
Yeah.
each year.
And even like that, professionals, I mean, I got some, and we got a stormwater article too, so we're still, every year, we're still working on trying to do some quality control on stuff, which is their maintenance, they get maintenance nightmares, you gotta put all these systems in, and they take time to clean. It's not like you just use a regular clamshell to clean them, you need to back them out, and it's a lot more maintenance for our department when you're putting in quality structures like
Yeah,
that.
it's labor intensive and
Yeah.
vehicle equipment intensive. Thank you.
And what is your total number of employees, FTEs, I guess?
On that first page, where we got.
Can't add it in my head.
Well, the rate, if you go on page, it will give you everybody. And the first thing,
If you give me a couple of days, I'll give you a copy of what's been for the last 3 years.
I just want a rough number. It looks like maybe 40 or so.
7. Yeah, well, yeah, 2029, in the low 30s, really, cause
Oh,
it's
okay.
got, with the plumber.
FTEs, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the 30s with the, and that's with the part-timers too, I got
Right.
all the part-timers at the transfer station, stuff like that, 34.
It strikes me that you have a lot of, a broad range of things that you have to take care of.
Yeah.
And I think people don't necessarily appreciate what the demands are on that department.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of, when he looks at it, you look at the budget, goes, hey, gee, how come it went up so much, you know? And so I'm fortunate that Derek's on my side a little bit, and he's let me keep my part-time employees and said, oh, you gotta cut these guys out, so, but it's huge help. Some of them, we got one of them that they're retired, and cemetery guy, you know, perfect, you know, you get funerals and stuff, he works 2 days a week, and it helps us out. It's just, here, go take care of that for us, you know, and it's we're very fortunate right now that some departments ain't as good as us as far as what we have now. And it's been, right now, we're the best we have been in a long time, because we got the employees now, so it's gonna be, you'll see the difference even that, you know. It would be nice to be able to do more.
Well, I think the thing that everybody notices is the pothole in front of their own house.
Yeah.
And as long as the potholes are there, they're unhappy and they feel like you're not doing your job. So,
Yeah.
there's only so much you can do.
Even with the funding, now chapter 90, I mean, I got a letter, so let's see if the legislation passes, we're going from 750,000 to a little over $1 million, so that's extra money funding for road repairs and stuff like that, so I'm kinda excited, and that's a 5-year deal, so that's huge for us, you know. We got one huge, everybody's seen the Farron Hill Bridge too, that I'm sure that's like a $4 or $5 million project, so that's gonna take a little bite out of this year's funds, but we'll see how it goes. We got a couple culverts that need to be replaced in town too, so it's all.
I know you're on top of it.
Yeah, I'm just glad to see that you finally have upgraded the equipment, so you're not using stuff, you have to use Band-Aids to run and everything. It's really
Yeah.
appreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another thing we got, I've had a truck sitting, we're trying to get the fleet replaced here, and we've ordered all this stuff, it's been sitting at the body shop to get the body mounted for a year, it's been sitting there for almost a year.
Wow.
So you can't even get the new stuff that you're buying.
That's,
Yeah.
we hear that all across the board.
Yeah.
Everything's taking a long time.
It's
I
crazy.
think you do a great job with the manpower you have. I mean, that park down in Onset. I
That's
mean,
gonna
that,
be great.
that's,
Oh, it's gonna be
be,
beautiful. Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna be really nice. I mean, it's.
What's the expected completion date?
They have June 31st for a completion date, but it's gonna be
June
done.
31st is not a day.
Yeah.
June only
Oh,
has 30 days.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, good
Right, they
pickup.
said- Yeah. They said that's the last day of June, that's gonna be that's their contractual date, but they're moving right along like crazy now. We're like I said, we're jumping in, helping whatever we can do to get it rolling, and I'm
Not-
hoping by Memorial Day, me personally.
Not-
Don't say that,
Not
that's,
a- well-
I hate saying that, cause people go, oh, you said it was Memorial Day, but that's what we're shooting for, trying to make sure that
That'd be great.
everything's good,
Yeah.
done by then.
Yeah, somebody asked me, and I said, you'll have it by summer. That's
Yeah.
all, that's a broad, I said by
That'd be-
summer.
I mean,
that-
Memorial Day, if
That's
you
the
get,
goal.
yeah, cause there are people trying to get events scheduled over there like June 6th and stuff.
They
and
can't.
I say no, but
Yep.
it's gonna be a nice thing for the town, so
They broke the rock,
they broke the rock. Well, that rock was already broken.
but they really broke it.
Oh, yeah, they really broke it up now, cause the pieces were too big to move around.
Yeah.
Anybody seen that huge rock where the memorial was? As soon as they started digging to put the foundation for the new fencing that goes around it, the rock slid right off
Wow.
right into the ditch.
wow.
So now
I
we have
saw
to
all
make,
the
we have
loom
to,
they put down though, isn't that a little concerning if we get one of those rains that everything's gonna wash down to the bottom?
to be honest with you, it's a special type of like clovery grass type thing. You're only supposed to mow it in the spring and the fall on them steep, there'll be only grass like in
Yeah,
the.
but I'm talking now where there's no grass on it, if we
Oh,
get a
yeah, yeah,
hard
they'll
rain,
have
then-
that, it's actually, that site's held up pretty well, it's held up pretty well.
I saw that, I said, boy, I don't know if I,
They have to touch up anything that doesn't take anyway, so, but there's a special grass seed going on all them slopes for it holds that bank good, so. Which is a good
I'm not
thing,
worried about the grass, I'm worried, no grass there now when we get
Yeah.
one of those rainstorms.
Yeah.
It looks good though, it looks really good.
yeah,
It
if
does.
you've been down here, this week they're really pushing, they got a lot of lights in, they got a lot of loam
I
in.
saw,
If
the
you-
post going up the other day, they were down there
Yeah.
putting them in, yeah, they
So
look,
it's
it
a
looks
big
really
effort.
nice.
This week, they've been really pushing hard to try to get a lot of the stuff done, so they're pouring, they're trying to pour every day, so. yeah,
Great.
Sooner the better.
All right, well, we'll let you get back to your many tasks.
All right, thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
presentation.
Did you want Derek, cause Derek's copy and stuff like that, is he gonna are you guys gonna see him at all?
Yeah,
He's gonna be here
copy
later,
eventually.
yes.
Alright, so I'll just leave his copy with you
That's
guys
fine.
too, so
Yeah.
if he wants it, perfect.
Thank you, Dave.
Oh, thank you guys for your time and everything. I know this is all free for you guys, right, volunteering? Thank you. Alright, who's next?
It looks like we got natural resources next. Is by any chance is Gary out there?
Well, if he's not,
We're a little ahead of schedule, so we might be
yeah?
taking a very brief break. Let me just check and see.
Yeah, 10:13, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're 15 minutes ahead right now.
I think I started early, I must have
Yeah,
started early,
everyone
right?
started early.
Oh.
All right, can we go dark for just a brief break while we regroup?
Hey, how are you?
Good morning.
Let's,
you sit
firing
wherever you're
squad,
comfortable.
sure.
That's your
Sell some of your
spot.
cars
Thank you
and
very much.
All right, and so we're back in session, and our next item on our schedule is natural resources. If you would just pass out whatever you have, and
Oh, thank you. I was gonna run right down.
Nah, save you a step.
Yeah, cheers.
it's terrible.
Yep.
All right, and extras back down there. And if you would please just tell us for the record who you are. We
Yes.
know, but the whole rest of the world needs to know.
Good morning, Gary Buckminster,
What can you-
Director of
Yeah, I
Natural
think I stole
Resources,
it.
Town of Wareham. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, and you're here to tell us about your fiscal '26 budget proposal.
Yes, do you need a couple extra also, just
If
just
any
for
extras
records?
right there,
You
to
can leave
the
right
s-
there and
Got it.
we have a few people who are not here in person that we want to
No
have
problem.
materials for. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Basically, we've gone pretty much level funded this year. I did increase a couple line items on my budget for, from 2025 to 2026. You'll see down into expenses, there's professional services. That line item is usually used for, anything to do with animal control. We've been finding that our call volume is going up constantly, and we are stuck with having to flip the bill on a lot of different issues. People just don't have money to care for their pets. Abandonment, we've had houses where we've been taking 12, 14 animals out of the house and we have to board them. And this year in particular, we were really hit hard. We've also gone twice to the town of Middleborough to assist. Same thing, 25, 30 animals. So we're seeing this increase of pet hoarding essentially. But just for us, we're required, if any animal is brought into our care, that we have to maintain some level of medical for it until we can either locate an owner or we have to make a decision on what we need to do with the animal. So
Are these all one type of animal, like a dog or
dogs,
cats, or a
cats,
variety of?
birds,
Wow.
reptiles, anything that we come into possession with,
Okay.
we are unfortunately stuck with. And like I said, I mean, we're dealing with thousands of animal control calls. It's just nonstop in this town. We have a very high bite rate here, so we're dealing with a lot of bites, a lot of litigation with people. Everybody's suing. So we're seeing on the animal control end of it, there's a lot of expenses that we've had to pick up on. Also with this bird flu situation, we've had to increase our spending, unfortunately, in buying Tyvek suits and N95 masks and more gloves and things of that nature. I mean, luckily it's not a real threat to humans, but it is to domestic pets and other wildlife we're seeing. So, but we're getting hundreds of calls.
Now,
It's,
your animal control officer, she's just full-time?
she's
Or
full time. Yep, and we're all assisting.
But she's on call?
She's on call as well. So
Is it time to maybe think about some help for?
well, all of us are appointed as
Beg with
animal
Derek.
control officers, and
Does
so
that take any special training?
yeah, we do. We sent her to the actual animal control academy, which it's 1 day a week. It's out in Springfield, and she spent 10 weeks out there. And then there was 1 week of training that she went out for actual hands-on at a large farm where they handle livestock, other animals. They work with just different tactics of controlling an aggressive dog or wildlife, things of that nature. So, but we're all appointed as animal control officers as well. So
Or you don't get any of the training?
we do too.
Oh, you do
We've
too,
gone
okay.
through
Good.
we've gone through some local ones, but we're only required to do a 16-hour course for that one, and then just whatever training that the Animal Control Officers Association offers as well. So there's not really a lot out there. There's some investigation courses and things like that we want to primarily focus on Devon going for. I do think that we are at a point where a part-time animal control officer is probably something that's very important to us, but I just don't think with this climate we're looking at doing anything. We're going to be filling one full-time position this year, and I'd like to see that position focus a little more towards animal control over natural resources. So they'll be assigned to go through the police academy. They'll do the taking out the charges for the animal control officer on animal abuse cases or things of that nature, and deal with the court sessions and everything else with that. And then that'll shift us away from having to chase dozens of animal control calls every day, because I'm running around all over the place getting stuff done, and then on top of it, each of us will get, when she's not on, each of us will get 3 or 4 animal control calls. So we're breaking away from everything we're doing, and it's like as soon as we start a project, like our docks, we were taking out Tempest Nog, all of a sudden, boom, here's the animal control call. We have to go and take off, and I get called regularly at night, just going out to either the police make an arrest and the people have an animal with them, or there's a medical and they have to leave an animal in the house, and if they're gonna be gone for a while, we can't find anybody to care for the animal. We end up having to take the animal out of the house, bring it to a shelter. We use 2 out-of-town shelters, Lakeville and Dartmouth. So we, that ties up our night of picking them up, transporting the animal, getting them situated at the shelters. We have to do call-ins with Lakeville, and then Dartmouth, we actually have an access code where we get into the building and they have assigned pens for all the animal control officers they deal with, so.
I never thought animals would take off that much. I mean,
It's-
almost like we need more animal control than natural resource guys.
We
Boy,
tend to run into a lot of, just mental illness and a lot of just real down people, and it's tough to see, and you feel terrible for some of the things that you have to go in and see, and that's, we've left houses where we've had to take our boots off and throw them in the back of the vehicle because it was so bad. It's just, it's incredible.
Never gave anything like that a thought.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. So anyway, I'm back onto my line items. That's the reason for the increase on the professional service increase. And I believe there was one more, I believe. Nope, I think that was the biggest one we had to really bump up. But other than that, we've level funded repair and maintenance, I'm sorry, just cost of our general maintenance and taking care of the boats. So our maintenance and repair did go up by 2,000. So those are the 2 main line items that have you'll see changes on. And there was a $400 increase on our building and equipment supplies. That's just for the restrooms and maintaining the pier and the bathrooms up at the top of the hill. And we also work with maintenance on it. They do a lot of the bigger stuff for us, like trash bags and toilet paper. But the daily upkeep is pretty tough. So you'll see in our salaries, the changes in the salaries are basically because we're upcoming with the negotiations, so we had to factor in 2% with that, as well as that was requested by Derek. And the part-time, we've kept at 63,000 this year. Overtime, we stayed at 18,000. I had one person come on to longevity this year, so he's been here a little longer, so he's in the Steelworkers 7 unit, so he goes into accepting longevity because he's been here for more than excess of 10 years. So it went from 3,000 to 4,400.
Most of the part-time is mostly parking.
Part-time, no, parking is actually paid through parking, and this is all natural resource, harbor masters and launch operators and working at the pier. And then we utilize them to help us put out all the mobility mats and stuff of that nature and clean up the park. They do help like cleaning up the parking lots with parking, but parking enforcement itself is all separate. Yep. And we did add for parking enforcement, we actually added an events trailer, which it's fully equipped with all barricades. It's got a truck and trailer that was approved at the last town meeting, so the truck is coming, it's got a lift tailgate on it. But it's able to help maneuver different barricades that we have. Obviously, the police are always concerned with the vehicles driving into events, so we do have some. We're looking at possibly doing some larger barricades that hold water, so they're around about 1,000 pounds each, and they all lock together. So those are some of the challenges we're looking at too with the events, and trying to really lock down areas and not have to keep recreating the wheel, and just know that this is where the cones are going, this is where the barriers are going. It's got crowd control barriers, so we can put large cones up, and they have 8-foot poles that are all reflective that you can guide a sidewalk if you have to, and so especially like with the car show event, we have people going back and forth. We can actually now just block off a sidewalk so people can just stay within the sidewalks and cars can move around. So I think it'll be a nice addition to some of the events that we have here. So it makes us look a little more professional.
Gary, and during the summer, what are on a pier, what are the office hours or open hours?
Last year was the first year since COVID, we've actually been able to get a full staff again. So we're running from 7, 8 in the morning until 8 to 10 at night. So this year I'd like to try and see if we can get somebody down there, at least office till 11 at night, just to keep the docks available, somebody down the docks just to talk or keep the bathrooms available. So, but we usually run the launch. We try to keep the launch from 8 to 8. Some days, during the week, we do cut it back quite a bit. I mean, for a while, because we just couldn't find anybody, and yacht clubs were struggling, the same thing, and we had to bring our salaries up to kind of compete with everybody to try and get people into it because we were fairly low. So right now we're right at pretty level with some of the other surrounding towns in our seasonal staff stuff. So unfortunately, you see like our laborers and stuff that are full-time at the town here making $18-19 an hour, and we've got seasonal jobs that we're trying to compete with other agencies and other private entities that are 22, 23. So I feel bad. We're posting a job for $20 an hour, and we've got people working for municipal maintenance full-time and having benefits and things deducted from their salaries at $18-19 an hour. It's sorry, but it's just the way our market goes, and voting is expensive, unfortunately. So for that end of it, I think we're doing pretty good with our staffing. We had one full-time person leave us. He didn't go to the academy, and we just had another officer finish the academy in January. So he's now officially appointed and as a police officer as well. So he's out handling some of the larger calls and responding to some of the emergencies that we deal with. Our new boat has arrived. It was a couple months behind. We had a little bit of a Mercury Marine tends to have everything on back order for some reason still. So we were sitting here waiting for one of the motors for quite some time, and the boat was sitting there done. So, but it finally showed up, and we have it here, and we're just dealing with a warranty issue right now with one of the motors. So hopefully Mercury Marine will resolve that in the next couple of weeks, but we were able to at least launch it. The company that built it, they actually flew out with 2 reps and went over the boat with us. We went out with them. We were able to run it, use it. It's a big boat, but it's quite the machine. I think it'll serve us well. And now we have 2 boats that are fully equipped with fire pumps. This boat has 375 gallons a minute. Our Boston Whaler is 250 gallons a minute, and this one we actually have a bow monitor. The bow monitor can be taken off and placed to the stern if we have to. And we also have a Y valve on the stern now where you can actually attach separate lines. So if you have to go into like Onset Island where we can run it up on the beach, run the lines off the stern of the boat and then run them into the island so they can actually pump water from the boat into the island, or boat fires, same thing. We can tie up to the dock and just run hand lines. So it's not as, you see these fire boats that some of these towns have, Sandwich, New Bedford. New Bedford obviously has a serious need for it, but I mean, they're pumping 3,000 gallons a minute, and we've got our little stream going. Everybody was picking on us at the Mattapoisett boat yard fire because we're sitting there spraying water, and it's just about making it to the fire that we had to put out. And then we've got New Bedford next to us, and it's going almost all the way into the street that we're not even near. And they were actually feeding all of the fire trucks because they were having pressure issues with their hydrants down there. So, but it serves the purpose, and we've used our boat probably more than, with the exception of New Bedford, probably any of the fire boats in this Buzzards Bay region. So we've had boat fires in the canal, we've had boat fires in Bourne, we've had Weeannick fires with the 2 sailboats that hit the power lines. So it's being used. We used it for a house fire, abandoned house fire. We were able to actually take our patrol boat, zigzag the marsh, and then just wedge it in the bow into the peat and sprayed the water up over the trees into the house fire. It was an abandoned house burning, and a couple grass fires along the train tracks by the Cohasset Narrows area. So it does come in use, and it's nice to have that availability, especially where you got 50 houses on Onset Island. That's a pretty big deal. So, and they've only got a little fire brigade and a handheld pump, and we can't get fire trucks out there. So it's nice that we can provide some of that service. My handout obviously provides our flow chart. Breakdown of the department. You'll see some of the revenues that we've pulled in. The last year one I provided had the Stanton Foundation grant, which was $250,000. We were able to get another $30,000 this year from Stanton. We ended up with, it was like $25,000 for some accessories that we ended up putting into the park. We have some hurdles and different things the dogs can jump on, and dog houses, and we've added that. And then they provided us another $5,000 grant 2 weeks ago. So we're gonna update with another 8 benches and a few more dog waste stations as well. Plus we also cut in a new hiking trail that goes all the way around the park. So it's about 1/8 of a mile. It's really tiny, but it's a leash on walking. We worked with one of the volunteers, and she planted probably 2,000 daffodil bulbs all the way around the entire walking trail. So I'm interested to see how that's gonna come up this spring, but she was out there the November with a drill, just punching away and trying to beat the frost. So it's looking good. It's super busy. It was absolutely packed yesterday and the day before, so.
Are you having any issues with aggressive dogs at the park?
Aggressive dog owners. I've got some schoolyard bullies that I'm gonna go have a chat with, because I don't need them there. And unfortunately, one was a volunteer, and they are they're just nasty.
That's too bad.
Yeah, Sally Morrison, she took a hit from one of them, and she, like, to the point where they were just berating her in front of a lot of other pet owners there, and she put out her explanation as to why, because she had lost one of her animals, and the guy kind of tucked his head and walked away from the situation. But that's, I think, our biggest thing is just people it's primarily the people that are making it worse. The dogs, they interact. We've had a couple dog bites, but I think it's between the agitation of the owners going at it and the dogs start going around with it, and then then next thing you know, you get a dog bite. So
Sorry to hear with Sally Morrison.
yeah,
She's the one responsible for that whole park.
yeah, she goes
drove
in
it.
there, she takes a hit every time, and it's
Shame.
too bad. So
Not fair.
I think we've had a really good volunteer network in general for all of DPAW and everybody that was involved with the fundraising. But you just have some schoolyard bullies, and they're there all the time, and it's almost like they're staking their area. It's really, really strange. So
Thank you.
so the grant was reduced, obviously. But we still were able to get 30,000 this year from Stanton, and they're now going to be sunsetting the Stanton Foundation because they no longer have any funding available for all the dog parks. So that's sunsetted at this point. So anything else that's going on is, if we find donations or the town decides to go. But we'll have some sunshades going up in probably next month in both sides of the concrete in the large park and the small park. And we'll have some benches under those, and then we'll have benches sprawled around the actual gravel as well. So let's see what else we have. Obviously, your onset parking and kiosk collection, our harbor service permit billing, along with the launch and transient moorings broken down, our shellfish permits, and the community events revenue that was generated through the other permits that were sold. Let's see what else we have. Just a breakdown of our calls for service, citations, pump out service. We have about 900 from 2023 to 2024. We had about 905 mooring reservations, so we did pretty well. Our launch rides we're probably in the thousands on what we're doing for hauling people. A lot of it comes with the moorings, so you rent the mooring and you get unlimited use of the service. The one thing I'm really surprised we're finding is people aren't buying the season pass, and we're the cheapest around. We were the cheapest to begin with, and then we still had to lower it because people weren't buying the season pass.
This is the parking pass?
This is the launch
launch
pass.
pass,
So
okay.
we've been finding people along like Burgess Point. They're buying them at their houses, so we go up to the docks, we pick them up at the docks, we bring them over to Onset, and they jump off, have dinner, and then we bring them back home. So it's a nice little service, and they get a boat ride out of it.
How much is the
Launch
season
is
pass?
$5 round trip.
But the season pass,
Season pass is $125.
would you come around Sunset Cove?
Yes, we do. So as long as we're not at more than 1,000 feet from the shoreline, we're right in that little AOR
Right,
that we provide for the.
A nice sandy spot, you can come up and pick us up.
Yep, it's a nice feature, and now that we've actually been able to work with the Buzzards Bay Coalition as well, because they have a launch service just for their staff, but we're working with all the kids as well, so they'll take a boat full and we'll take a boat full and we'll bring them over to Burgess Point, or we'll bring them over to Onset Island and unload the kids, and they go for the day, they do their shellfishing, and so it's been a nice little feature for the town. I never looked at the launch as making as a money generator. It's just strictly for safety. I'd rather have if I can bring people out to their boats and not have to worry about falling off of a dinghy and drowning, I would,
Absolutely.
it's worth its weight in gold. It's already been paid for through permits that are generated by the same people that are using it, so the money is not an issue for me on that. We generate it through our mooring rentals and the permits, so. I'd love to just make it free and just call it a day, but we have to have some sign of why we're using it, so. And we did have some interest of putting one in Wareham River, obviously, with all the changes that are taking place down on the waterfront here too as well. And once the dredge project's done, and I know Zechos have to look at their mooring fields, and he's looking at dredging his portion of the marina, so he has a larger pit so he can launch and haul boats. And I think he was trying to get permits to dredge the marina itself as well and tie it all into the same project that's coming in the fall. The only thing that's gonna scare me is the dredge is coming in September, so we're still in a pretty heavy boating season over there, and I have lines of moorings on both sides because they have to cut in 30 feet from the channel to make the banks. So we actually have to pull moorings that are along the sides of the channel, and those areas are working with. Excuse me. I have a cough that will not ever go away. So we're gonna have to pull them out, and I'm gonna probably have to lock down our moorings in onset this year early, and we'll just let the people that we pull their moorings, I'm gonna let them use the onset moorings. And we'll extract their moorings and make sure their moorings are all in good condition before we put them back. And we're gonna be working with one of our mooring service providers to help us with if we have a helix or something that we have to extract. But I think for the most part, we're ready to go. We've had some very positive meetings with the Army Corps of Engineers, and she's actually going in for more money now, and we found a few obstructions. I'm embarrassed that I didn't know we had along the channel that they've never been marked on charts, we've never seen them, and we found a few new rocks. So the Army Corps survey really showed some interesting things along the channel. So. Going through, we did our shellfish relay last year. We're gonna have to hold off this year because the shellfish relay price has gone up so much that I think we have to do it every other year now instead of every year. We were going from $12 to $18 a bag, and it's gone up to about $28 a bag. Plus, we have to pay the city of Fall River an additional $1 per bag now because the shellfish is harvested between Somerset and Fall River. So whatever town is getting the harvest site gets the dollar per bag now as part of their negotiations. So it cost us about $24,000 last year. So I'm hovering around 14,000 right now in propagation, so we want to build that back up and then do it again. If anything, I'll probably do, I might do the upweller this year. We tried to get the Buzzards Bay Coalition involved, but they had so many other projects going on. We ended up getting stuck with the whole aquaculture program, so we had people doing that as well as running around taking care of it. But we might bring it back again this year and just keep growing some oysters and keep putting them out. We have just the breakdown of permits and the salary breakdown, and I listed I broke down the 2% cost increase on the full-time salaries, which is in bulk on the bottom. Just our staff duties and our goals for 2025 and 2026.
So essentially, permits pay for your budget?
For the most part, yeah, because they go our permits have to be, like, parking has to go to parking, waterways has to go to waterways, and then everything else is general funds, so. Everything it's just got its own, Tempest Knob has its own account, it's just, everything just kind of goes that way, so we can't really feed it into the budget, but for the most part, we do cover a portion of our operating and our salaries through the waterways permits that are generated, plus be able to offset some of the costs for the waterways operations. So
And improve life in the town in general.
yeah,
which is the most important thing.
This spring I did put an article in. I'm looking to do a full upgrade of the harbor management plan. So we had a great meeting with an engineer that's working down here on the waterfront project for Merchants Way, and we are talking about the harbor management plan, and they do get involved with not only helping us get the grants lined up to the grant request lined up, but we're going to utilize the Governor's Seaport Economic Council grant to try and get the funding for a new harbor management plan. We have to come up with 20% of it, but I requested funds for the engineer and creating the setup, and then we'll have to go and pull the 20% of what it'll be. You can either get a state certified one, or you can have a standard harbor management plan. Standard is obviously a lot cheaper, and I think we're gonna go that route, because a lot of the other towns don't. There's not many towns that do have that state certified one. Even town of Plymouth doesn't even have it, and it's, and it works fine. But for any, well, if we ever have any grants again after this, what's going on, if there are federal funds that are available, that usually we have to have that full up-to-date harbor management plan. So we'll take ours from 1995 and really get it done.
It's time.
It's time.
And are you saying there's something on the special town meeting warrant?
There is, it'll be coming up in the spring,
Okay.
so we have that. I'm also doing
I haven't seen that yet. I've been trying to keep tabs on what's coming up on the
Yep.
special.
and that we also, we're working with Highline Cruises as well as their engineers, Brayman Engineering, and I utilize GAF Engineering. But we're gonna be pulling the maintenance dredge for the onset pier. So I did put funding in for the engineering, the permits, getting that all situated so we can start working on dredge. But it looks like Highline's willing to help us. They want to dredge their portion.
Sure.
So they can dig out their side and we'll dig out ours, and we'll utilize the sand as some beach nourishment up on there too. So I don't think it's a lot of materials, probably a couple thousand yards, but nothing serious.
I guess we'll probably see you again before.
Yeah.
The 28th,
Probably will. Yeah. So.
On the harbor management plan, Gary, we used to have Marine Resources Commission, if you remember. I think I actually chaired that at one time.
Yep.
We had a harbor management plan that we updated, and then the Board of Selectmen at that time weren't interested in anything. So it kind of sat, and then that actual committee got sunsetted.
Yep.
When you do this, you're gonna use outside firms to do the plan, or you're gonna try to have?
Between outside firms and actually Boston University.
Okay.
So Boston University has been utilized to do a lot of the harbor management plans. The one that was upgraded,
There was issues with
they
it.
did a lot of work on it, but it turned into a Reader's Digest version, and that's really not what they're looking for. I mean, your harbor management plan is something that's this thick,
Yep.
and then as soon as you get it, it sits on the shelf for the next 20 years. But it's important to have, and it does break down a lot of things that, I mean, between water quality, uses of the waterways, different protections. It's really an in-depth document. So
Yeah.
it just didn't. Unfortunately, the one that they updated did not have
I
that.
think the issue is
teeth-
with that
teeth
they
of
would have control of all the waterfront land
Yeah,
for permitting and everything else, and also your job.
yeah. So it is a good plan to have, though. It works. Especially with projects that are going on, especially your waterfront now, where Merchants Way is obviously a pretty big scope of projects down there between the boardwalk and docks, and as well as if something ever happens with Tremont Nail and that waterfront there, because I think there's a possibility of a dam removal and getting that. But and it's nice they can utilize the actual harbor management plan that we have now, but it's it goes back to 95, but at least we can say we do have it.
I think Wareham was the only one really on the.
I think we were the
That's
first
the-
around
we're
that
the first
that
ever
had
do
it.
that
Yeah,
as
it was a
well.
pretty extensive document. So
I think there was also a plan to take the Narrows Bridge and move it so boats could come up the
Yeah.
Wareham River to the back
Wild.
of the town.
it'll be interesting, especially with the bridge going over the Wee Weeannick too, because it's going to go up obviously because they're looking at sea level rise, but I don't think it's going to go up as much as everybody thinks it is. Probably 3 feet at most.
Just to give you an update from yesterday, for Wareham on the state TIP program, not the regular one. Wareham is getting a culvert and dam replacement on Cranberry Highway at Route 28 and Route 6
Yep.
Mill Pond Dam. $12 million project.
Yeah.
Being done over 4 years.
So they did actually get the funding for it.
Done.
Good. Yeah, because we're actually going to get a brand new herring run out of it as well.
Yes.
So that's going to be
Just to give
fantastic.
you a heads up.
Yeah, it's quite the plan. I've looked at the plans quite a bit, so I'm pretty interested to see. But it's gonna be a tough project for sure, especially with traffic. Holy moly.
Pass that down to Gary.
Anyway, if you have any other questions, I'm here for you.
Anything else? All right, we're now right on schedule. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank
Off
you.
to Bryant Farms, we're gonna go do some trails in a parking lot over there, so.
Nice, okay.
We could have a daffodil festival like the Cape House.
There you are.
Next up,
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
bye-bye. All right, next item on our schedule is IT and communications. Please pass around whatever you have for us, and once that's done, we need you to state your name for the record.
Do you need a copy for the record for
We'll put
later?
one
We'll
right
put
there
the
for-
extras right there, yeah.
Okay, I've got one copy that I'd like to use for the record that doesn't list our vendors
Okay.
and stuff in there.
All right,
for print.
we, yeah, that's fine. All right, and your name and your job.
Good morning, my name is Matthew Underhill. I'm the IT director for the town of Wareham.
And you're here to talk about your fiscal '26 budget request. So what do you have for us?
So, well, I'll go with the department. So the department itself, we do take care of, all the town departments, the 30 departments. We do assist all the boards and committees in town with their stuff. We have about 50 servers that the town has right now, and over 350 endpoints, desktop computers, laptops, terminals. We currently support, we're just over 150 different software applications that we support, from tax billing to appraisal to parking tickets to making street signs. Currently we have 32 buildings that we support. In addition to, computers and software applications, we support phones, emergency call boxes, GPS units, cell phones, internet, website, email, video surveillance systems, voting poll pads and voting systems that we use, as well as life packs and ambulances and terminals in the police cruisers. We support all that stuff from the department. Currently, the department has 4 employees in it. We just got a 4th employee a year and a half ago. And we got a new network administrator that started back in November. Some of the things that the town is currently working on, obviously cybersecurity has been a huge issue over the last few years, and it's becoming more and more awareness, and it's hitting closer and closer to home with the incident that happened in Bourne recently. It's everywhere. It's just a matter of time. So cybersecurity is being a big, huge issue for us. Currently, the town is, we ended up with just over 4,500 support calls last year, on top of our day-to-day maintenance and keeping things up and running. So far, looking at the numbers, we're getting, looks like if it keeps going the way it is, we'll have over 5,000 going next year. Projects that we're working on currently, we're just wrapping up, trying to update all the desktops in town and refreshing our servers. We're in the process of implementing multi-factor authentication to all our endpoints. The town, is in the process right now. Soon we'll have a new town website and a new police department website. We're moving to wareham.gov and warehampolice.gov.
When is that expected to be done?
Next couple weeks. Technically, the Wareham, although it's in draft, wareham.gov is up and running right now. As soon as we're done, we'll be pointing the DNS from wareham.ma.us to wareham.gov so that both will still be accessible. We'll be also migrating our emails to wareham.gov as well. Going forward, that is something that we have to have done Our current email service provider has given us notice that as of December of next year, they will no longer be providing the email service. So we do have a grant. Part of the grant was to migrate us to .gov and also, migrate our email. So that is something that's in progress as we speak.
Great.
We had a few delays in the migration of the website. That's taken us a lot more time to check and make sure that everything is there. So it's taken a little bit longer for us to go live, but we should be live by the end of this month.
Will that have any impact on our cybersecurity?
No.
This is just strictly to make it user friendly, or?
It's two things. The back-end program the application that our website was running on was an older version, and the company that we were using has been since bought out. So just like everything else, all the companies are buying out. Eventually, we'll have probably 3 companies in this, owning everything. So they're moving away from the older platform, and the newer platform is a little more secure. And that's how I was able to get the grant for it, because of the platform that's going to be running on is a lot more secure than the other one was.
Good.
Other things we're working on right now include, we're implementing a user-friendly interface into the GIS that's going to directly have links into the assessor's appraisal software, so that the assessor will be able to run state mandated reports for get approval of our tax rate. That's another application we're working on. Currently, I don't know if Harbor Master mentioned anything. Currently migrating his harbor service permit application over. That should be done by the end of this month as well. Let's see, what else are we working on? We've got a bunch of grants recently. Some of the grants that we're working on, are obviously letting us, as I mentioned, updating our website. We've got a grant for cybersecurity awareness training. We've gotten this grant for 5 years in a row now. We just 2025 season we just kicked off this week for all town and school employees. We're migrating our police department software. We got a grant, last year for that. We're hoping to have that migration done by the fall. Let's see, updating the town, school, and police website, migrating emails to .gov. We've got a grant that's going to assist us in updating our incident response plan. Original plan I wrote back in 2020. It's going on 4.5 years now, and I'm going to try to integrate the school department in one big incident response plan instead of just having the town and school separate. So what I'm hoping to do with an incident response plan is also include desktop table exercises. Employees know what happens when they know what to do when they do have an incident. As well as what does the town have to do? Whose role is it to contact the insurance company? Whose role is it to do public relations? Whose role is it to contact the FBI? Whose role is it to reach out in case we need assistance? And who do you call? When do you call? If our systems are locked down, where do we find this document?
Yeah.
What are the phone numbers? So we're hoping to have a complete plan drawn up with a tabletop exercises included as part of it. We're currently wrapping up a cemetery digitization project. We had aerial photographs done of the cemeteries because they're so old that the maps don't actually match the plots. So we've digitized the whole thing. We're trying to get the data matching the lots now. We have that available so that the public can go in and take a look at our cemeteries and see, what plots are available, what plots are not, and do some genealogy stuff where you can kind of look at family ancestors and stuff like that, so. That's been a project we've been working on for a couple of years now. Other things that we're gonna still continue to work on is, at this point in time, security is a big issue, so expanding our video surveillance systems, technology plan, new projects, we're looking at doing access control systems in buildings and get rid of physical keys. Trying to integrate some license plate recognition systems around town, as well as body cameras, fleet management, fixed assets. Those are all things that are on the docket to work on, hopefully in the next fiscal year.
The body cameras, those the ones the police department has now. I thought they had them.
They do have, they've got about 6 of them right now.
I thought they had more than that.
The chief, the lieutenants are wearing them, a couple of sergeants. It's a bargaining issue. They haven't purchased them all yet until the.
I ask them every year, and it's always a bargaining.
They're still
At the end
still
of the day, it's about the
bargaining.
money.
We had to bargain with certain unions as far as implementing multi-factor authentication. We've since been noticed the last unit, the last bargaining unit finally agreed to it, I guess last week or 2 weeks ago.
Why would anyone object?
They just don't want it.
It's just an
Because it's
extra step,
new.
it's worth,
But it's
my
more
opinion-
security.
It's security, in my opinion, is, we give you a key to the car, we give you a key to the door, this is the key to the computer, it's the key. And
It's
it's
also for
helping
your own
us keep us
protection.
secure,
Yeah,
it's
it's
keeping
for
that
you.
device secure.
Right.
Getting back to the department, again, the department has 4 employees, we got 2 network administrators, one at the police station, a new one we just hired, started in November here, actually, he's done wonders as far as helping us out with his knowledge of security. And covering holes that we had, opened, as far as security goes. The department itself, has become a 24/7 operation. The town's open 24/7. Networks being, cybersecurity, is huge, and the attackers don't sit there and wait for 8 to 5. It's constantly attacking. So we do have a company that helps assist us and monitors our endpoints and notifies us, of anything that seems like it's strange or going on. They notify us 24/7. The staff, this past year, I've with a grant from Plymouth County, we've sent, all 4 of us have gone to Bridgewater State and taking some Network Plus, Cyber Plus, Security Plus training classes. Just to make sure that we're up to date and make sure that we have the ability to recognize when something is going on and be able to at least stop it or mitigate it before it gets too far out of control. The budget itself, does include a 2% cost of living and any step increases for the staff and the salary line items. The expense line items, there are definitely some large increases in just about all our line items. I have included, as well as the town administrator's budget and budget requests, I've actually included a sheet, a detailed breakdown of what's included in each one of those line items. As we're finding out, COVID has done a number on, vendors as far as, increase in fees and services. And, we're finding that a lot of vendors are getting bought out by bigger vendors. And, it's been a lot of increases over the past year as far as services go. I just got notified last week that one of the other mergers recently was VMware, which runs our virtual servers. Has been bought out last fall by a company called Broadcom. Well, I've just been notified last week that we can expect a quadruple increase in their annual license fees.
That's why my Broadcom stock is doing so well.
Broadcom does well. Problem is, Broadcom is they like to buy out other companies, but then whatever companies they buy tends to go downhill real quick. The stocks go up, they're good if you own them, but the companies that they buy tend to go under real quick. So I know I don't have too much because I think he only gave me 10 minutes on the board, but I do have, like I said, a breakdown of all the individual line items and what it costs
Yeah,
to
I
make
don't-
up that figure.
I don't think we need to go through all of these, but does anybody have any questions about this? That's a nice, thorough explanation of what the four of you do, and I have to say that seems like a lot for 4 people.
It was even worse when it was only one. Quick question, Matt, are we getting out of beta?
We are not at this time.
Okay,
It's on the capital plan as a placeholder going forward. It's, we should look into it. But like all these other companies in Broadcom, the companies that run municipal software are few and far between, and they're getting bought up by larger companies. 2 of the companies that run municipal software in Massachusetts have been bought up by a third company.
There goes the competition.
At the time, it's looking that the finance director is retiring.
June.
June. The town accountant has had rumblings maybe of retiring in the next year or two. To spend the time and resources migrating software application for if we're going to have 2 new financial pieces. Who are going to make the decision. Do we want to make the decision for them, or do they want to make the decision themselves when they're replaced? Do you spend a year doing a migration only for somebody else to use it and decide that they want to go back?
It's always best to have the users actually control some of that,
So
because if they don't like it, it doesn't work.
users are the ones that use it all the time.
Yeah.
They're the day-to-day end users. So, when we've had demos in the past, we usually try to include just the department heads with the staff too, so that they can give us insight as to what they have to go through to get their job done.
All right.
In your opinion, with the cybersecurity, are you comfortable where we, I know you always could do better.
There is.
You always could do better, but the
As-
comfort zone, I mean,
as soon
if
as you
Derek
feel-
said you could have $1 million, there's something you'd go out and,
If you had $1 million, you'd need $2 million. You can never feel comfortable with cybersecurity. Our website alone in the last 30 days had 12,000, hits to the website. We have an email filter that has done wonders for us as far as filtering out emails, erroneous emails that come through. But we still have, it goes through about 10,000 emails a day that it throws out. Then there's an additional 1,000 that we have to manually go through and check because it's questionable whether or not it's really, a spam or not. We do our diligence. We try to follow most of the federal and state guidelines with what we have. But you see it every week on TV. Large banks, corporations,
Towns.
towns, yeah.
security companies that do password managements, getting their stuff leaked.
Right.
So you can't feel comfortable. Is there anything you can always do better? Absolutely. Is there more tools, utilities we can have? Absolutely. But, you know, at the end of the day, the town still has to operate. You know, we focus every ounce of energy that we have on the security, you know, we're not getting tax bills out. We're not-
We don't have time for anything else.
It's just scary stuff.
Yeah.
When you hear the news in the morning, you hear Mr. Pelley, you just hope it's not weird here, you know?
Exactly, you know, and that's exactly why, you know, it's expensive, hiring this company to do our monitoring for us, each year, but my biggest worry has always been, you know, leaving here on a Friday night, on a Monday holiday, what are we gonna find out on Tuesday morning? And usually it's, you know, the end user has no problem calling you at 2 o'clock in the morning when they locked out of a system and they need a password reset, but when a computer's, you know, going crazy, it's like, I didn't wanna bother you, so we let it go. You know, that's the thing that I'm worried about is what, you know, what happens, and having a company that's monitoring our systems at 24/7, you know, and being able to contact us and say, hey, we have a problem. I've disabled this machine, you need to go take a look at it right now, you know, before it, you know, infects the whole town. So, any questions?
I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being
You know where
here.
to find me if you have any questions.
You
and
do.
I thank you.
All right,
Thanks, Matt.
bye-bye.
You okay?
Oh, yeah, got it.
All right,
Want to stick around for it?
Got it. Thanks, Matt.
next up is the Board of Health.
Yes.
And if you could identify yourself for the record, I don't know if you have any materials for us today.
Yep, I sure do. I'm Samantha. I'm the health inspector, and I'll be presenting the packet today.
First and last name, please.
Monist, Samantha Monist.
How is your last name spelled?
Monast.
Okay, thank you. That's for our minute taker.
Of course. Do you need one extra packet for the minutes?
Yeah,
Is that
if
what
you
it
Just
leave one
if
there,
leave
fine.
whatever extra you have over there, and we'll deal with it.
Thank you. So the Board of Health administers and coordinates public health programs and services. We enforce state regulations, the sanitary code, including local regulations. And our responsibilities go from subsurface sewage disposal plan reviews, installation and construction inspections, food establishment inspection and complaints. We handle Chapter 2 housing inspections and complaints, motel and swimming pool inspections, and we also do beach water quality testing in the summer for all public and semi-public beaches. So we bring those down to Barnstable after collecting them and we monitor those. We issue all construction work permits, and we also license body art establishment and body artists. We issue food handler cards and program established by the Board of Health to register all food service workers. We do currently employ a public health nurse for 5 hours a week. She's been very helpful, especially this time of the year with all the flu going around. So we do approximately 2,601 inspections annually, from septics to restaurants to housing to motels. We do go on various numbers of emergency calls, which can be all hours of the night. We prefer during the day, but you never know when they're gonna come up.
They call
Could
them
be-
emergencies.
It could be 2 a.m., you just never know. For the beach water program, we do, for the last couple of years, we've had interns that usually come from college and they're getting their intern hours needed, which is super helpful for us. We have 6 employees. Our director is part-time right now. And we have a full-time principal department assistant. We have a contractor for the rental program, which is our housing inspector, and he's fantastic. And we also have a part-time code enforcement, and that would be Bob Ethier. He does a lot of our rental inspections as well. He's very helpful all around, considering he worked for us for quite some time. And then we also have the public health nurse that I mentioned.
And what do the housing inspectors do exactly?
So the housing inspectors go into every rental property that's registered with us. And we look for the sanitary concerns, but also the smoke detectors, the CO detectors, and
General safety?
general safety, just make sure they're up to code. So that's a big part of our job, considering we have approximately 1,891 housing inspections a year, not including the few complaints that come in from the tenants, and we try to handle those as well as we can. Can get iffy sometimes, but
What about situation, who handles the situations where somebody's got like junk everywhere in their, outside of their house?
that would be me.
Is that you?
That is.
Bless
me.
your heart. That's a tough job.
Yeah, and we now have a 40U program, a ticketing program that we're working with the building department on. So it is difficult to start ticketing. You have to send out a couple certified letters prior and do it all legally, but once we get to the ticketing program, we can ticket every day.
Okay.
And then eventually it'll be a lien on their taxes and we can start actually taking action, but
Are you seeing any results yet on that?
we just started this, I'm gonna say the beginning of this year, end of last year. So not quite yet. I haven't
How
seen.
much are the tickets for?
It can be from 100 to 500, depending on how bad the house really is. So it should be helpful. It's helped a lot in other towns, so we're on our way there, hopefully.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, one time I had the worst hoarder in town living across the street from me. Or the second worst.
Yeah, there's a couple.
Jerry knows who I'm talking to. Oh, Alan might know too.
There's a few really bad ones out there.
Oh,
So we're hoping we can control those a little easier now.
That's one of those quality of life things for the neighbors. That's so
Yeah.
important because
Absolutely.
if that's what they have to look at every day, they're not happy with the town.
It's an
Period.
eyesore that
Yeah.
causes rodents, pests. I mean,
Right.
fires could happen, which is
Which is very dangerous.
absolutely.
Unfortunately, it's a legal issue which ends up in court and could take several years to even get a hearing.
I know.
it's a
the worst part
long
of it.
process.
Long process.
Yeah, we finally got a search warrant for a problematic property, so that happened Monday, so that was a step in the right direction
Yeah.
for that property, so that was just all the legal steps we have to take to actually,
It's unreal.
yep. It's not as easy as it sounds. So, our budget has decreased slightly since last year. Our regular salary went down a tiny bit, same with our overtime. The other professional is 12,500, but that is because the town nurse comes out of that budget. So that is why that number is higher than the rest of them.
Anybody have any questions on any of this?
I don't quite, when you were sitting there, when we were talking about the body cameras for the cops, I was thinking of you guys, like, well, you must get a upset client every once in a while, you go in and inspect.
Almost weekly.
Well, I'm trying to say it in a nice way, but I'll go into a home, you get a call for a complaint and stuff, I was
Yes.
just thinking, people deal with the public on the outside, not so much in a building like this, but on the outside, a body camera, it's for everybody's protection.
Yeah, often if I'm going out alone and I know it's gonna be a problem, I will have an officer come just to keep the peace. Cause they have all the protection.
They have guns.
You're right, and I
Right,
totally
that's-
agree with that, I'm just thinking sometimes the unexpected happens,
Absolutely, there's
And
always
if you had that
chance.
on, I'm not saying you can have it on all the time, but when you're walking in somebody's front door and banging on it or walking in, it wouldn't hurt the,
I wouldn't be
just-
against it, but something to think about for sure.
well,
Yeah.
bugging somebody's ear. That's all.
I
And
could
I
try
don't think
that.
it's a bad idea. I don't think it's a
No.
bad idea. I think it's a great idea, actually, for the cops. And I didn't think about folks like you.
Yeah. We have some angry people out there.
Question, with the proliferation of like B and Bs and all this other stuff, we have a lot of people that take their homes and rent them out or whatever. And with the accessory dwelling units coming in because the law changes, how are you gonna handle all that to make sure they comply? I'm asking just a question theoretically, because I know it's gonna hit you soon.
No, absolutely. We've already discussed it. So I think the hardest part is enforcing it. So first off, we have to prove they're renting and then make sure they register. But with Jamie, one of our inspectors, as well as Bob, they do pretty well. I go out about 9 hours a week and do the housing inspections as well. So with all of us working together, we should be able to handle it, but it'll definitely be hard to enforce it with all the new stuff coming in.
Are you gonna need more staff then? Just give me straight, it's okay.
We
In the
might.
future,
In the future, we definitely might.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
something to keep in mind.
Absolutely.
Right. Anything else? All right, thank you very
Yep,
much.
thank you.
Good job. All right, and still on schedule, next up is our finance director, treasurer, collector. Good morning.
Good morning.
And,
Okay,
we've got
I
some
have
things-
some handouts for you.
Excellent.
Just four?
Yes, but we're taking the extras here for people who aren't able
Okay.
to be here in person today.
Just pass them down then. Keep one for myself. There's three.
And if you would please state your name for the record.
Sure, I'm John Foster, I'm the Treasurer Collector Finance Director.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And let us know what you have for us today.
Okay, I brought with me 3 packets. The first one I guess we should go over is our budget, our office budget. So that's this one right here with the salaries and the expense on the first page. And the next page is the flow chart. You request a flow chart, and that's our current staffing in the office. So there's a finance director, treasurer collector, an assistant treasurer collector, 2 bookkeepers, and a senior department assistant.
And those are all full-time.
Yeah, so we just picked up the 2 new bookkeepers. Those are 2 revised positions. We hired an accountant, and she works in the back office. She's being trained to do some of the functions of the assistant treasurer collector. We have another person, she works for a payroll company for many years. It got taken over by another payroll company, so she's now working for us. And we have a brand new person at the window, and that's the senior department assistant. And the assistant treasurer collector and I have been there, she's probably been there 26 years. I've been working for the town for over 30 years.
My understanding is that you're on the verge of retirement.
I'm pretty close to it, yeah.
Okay.
How many days on that was, John?
I have it on my phone, actually. I think it's like
Countdown.
112 days, I don't know how many hours. I know it was 113 yesterday. A friend of mine is retiring on the same day, but I'm staying on for a while. Derek has asked me to come in and help out. I'm allowed to make the difference between my retirement and my salary, so. And to tell you the truth, it works for both of us. I'll make additional money in the town. We'll get this, I don't get any vacation time, sick time, holiday time, any of that. You get paid by what you work. So it works out for both of us.
For the transition.
Yeah, exactly. So by the end of this cycle, however, you'll have a new finance director. And I can't speak for my assistant, but she's pretty much retirement eligible the year after me, so. And so the next sheet is just a breakdown of how the office, when I came into the office, and they transferred it to a treasurer collector's office. Used to have 8 full-time equivalents, we're down to 5, doing the same 2 functions, treasurer and collector functions. And that next page, that's usually what Jody asked for, that's the positions and the salaries.
You have a reputation.
So this last page, so this is the sheet I give you every year. This is the expended budget for 22, 23, it's a large spreadsheet on the end. 22, 23, 24, what was appropriated in 25, what's expended through February of 25, the balance through February of 25, projected expenses for the remainder of the fiscal year, the projected ending balance, which right now it's like, that's you know, just rough, but we're looking at a $9 deficit right now. So total estimated expenses and the departmental requests for this year. So although they are line items, they balance out. So when you see some that are in deficit, our actual expenses were $99,000. It doesn't, if some are in deficit and you have surpluses and others, it balances out in the end.
Very good.
Have any questions on that part?
Pretty straightforward.
Okay. I have another spreadsheet for retirement. So that's also my budget too. So it's gone up from 25 to 26, about $400,000. I'm sure Derek's spoken with you on that already. And we also have LIUNA in that budget. That's something that certain union employees get, certain unions, not all the unions, but it's an additional contribution we have to make to LIUNA, Laborers International Union of America, something like that. That's just $92,000. And the last page on that is the actuarial valuation for the town of Wareham. Shows our unfunded liability. That should be paid off in about 6 years. We pay a July payment, so it's the $6.5 million that you see from the first page. And next year it's looking at about $7,021,000. We get this right from the county. They send us an assessment, we pay it. And soon, when I say soon, 6 years from now, most of that will go away.
That's the OPEB from Mayfield.
No, this is actual retirement. This is the retirement contribution.
The underfunded.
Yeah, OPEB is once this gets paid off, the selectmen set a policy to take the savings, so the normal cost, the average cost going forward, the difference between the $6.5, $7 million, whatever we're paying at the time, and the $2 million or $2.5 million that we'll be paying ongoing each year. The difference is supposed to go to the OPEB, unfunded liability.
Right.
Whether that happens, I don't know, but there's a policy
That's the
right now
plan.
for it. Yeah, it's a good idea. It's
Yeah, no,
you know,
that's.
start chipping away at that, that's quite a bit. That's much larger than our unfunded pension liability.
Can you just, for the public especially, and I think we may all know this, but explain how we ended up with these unfunded liabilities?
It's a calculation by an actuary.
Okay.
So what they're figuring is, so they're taking for OPEB, that's other post-employment benefits, health insurance, all the stuff we pay to employees. That's taking all of our current employees, retired employees, and calculating out that if they live to be X number of years, this is what it's gonna cost the town of Wareham to pay those fees. You're paying them now, because you're paying this assessment. Once it's funded, however, you won't pay those additional costs. Those will all be, it's basically when a new employee starts now, it's 9% plus 2 over $30,000. So they're paying a decent portion out of their paycheck toward their own pension. It used to be.
It hasn't always been like that.
No, it used to be, we had employees, I think, I don't wanna list names, but we had a couple older employees retire in the last few years that were still paying the 5%. So we're all paying 10%, 11%, you know, basically if you pay. We had some people that are getting 5%, and their salaries are going up through the years. You know what I mean? So the newer people are basically funding themselves, so.
John, isn't it true that there was always these unfunded liabilities?
Yeah.
But it was just recent financial accounting standard boards that it had to be
Well,
presented on a.
What was happening is, they were gonna consider those on our financial statements as actual, they weren't in the past. They didn't consider those, they didn't look at those. Now they're looking at them and saying, hey, you got an unfunded liability right now, it's on that sheet. For our pension alone, $32 million,
It shows 38.
$38 million. Well, that's another year, so, the county itself is about 68% funded. By 2031, it'll be like 99.4% funded, something like that. It changes based on what you're making in the market and things like that. And they'll do, every 2 years, they do another study, and our assessments will change, and, we were scheduled to be paid off for 2030.
2028.
Yeah, they pushed it off. They do that when it starts to get, when some of the towns can't handle the $500,000 increase, or more, they're bigger towns than us, they push it off further, so you have more time to pay it off. But we're doing good. I mean, it's gonna be funded.
And it's not discretionary.
No, so they set a figure, they move that date around. If you lived with the original date, I think that was 2030, it would have penalized a lot of people in the beginning. But what you don't wanna see is, they've had this happen too. So if you get a better return on the market, your investments are doing good. We've been climbing, and then our assessment goes down a year. And then it skyrockets because you're making up for it the next year, you know what I mean? So it's like, they kind of like try to level us out
Right.
so you can handle it. And our county treasurer, Tom O'Brien, very good. He's very, very big in investments. He knows everything that's going on in there. So he's done a pretty good job since he's been there.
Yeah, we got there to buy into the Peacock program for them.
Yeah.
We're number one.
Oh, we discussed, Derek will tell you, they were discussing years ago that we could take out a bond, right? They were proposing legislation that will allow cities and towns to take out a bond and then take that in money, invest it in pension. Guess what? Had we had done that, this would be paid off already.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you'd be paying a 2% bond.
Right.
We've been making like 8 to 10%. But you can't do it. So it was a great thought.
It didn't
but,
happen.
It's a good idea.
All right.
So what's the other thing? So I have debt. Last set of spreadsheets is debt. And it has the two budget sheets on the front, but the one you're gonna be interested in is the colorful, larger spreadsheet in the back. And those are broken down, the different line items. Title 5 is like an orange looking, tannish looking line. The elementary school debt is the yellow. Little Harbor, CPA, usually funded by CPA funds, that's green. And then we have a patrol boat for the DNR. And the only current debt that we have that I consider outside of the school, the excluded school debt, is that roof. That's in the blue. So other than that, if we didn't have that right now, there would be no town debt. That wouldn't be paid, it wouldn't be paid by the taxpayers. All those are funded by other sources. So the black and white ones are the sewer. That's for the sewer rates and the betterments. And all those other colorful ones, excluded debt, that's general fund debt, but it's excluded. CPA is paying that one. Harbor receipts, or harbor service fees are gonna be paying the patrol boat, and the middle school roof is basically what you see in your tax bill. And included in that, are those last two lines where you see WPCF plant upgrades, the last two, they took our $36 million sewer upgrades and broke it into two pieces, 16 million and 20 million. The first one closed, hasn't closed, but we're drawing down on the first 16 million right now. We received $2,384,000 in loan forgiveness, which means we don't have to pay that back. So if you take that and you look at the 2% loan and you go to the second to the last page, you're gonna see we're paying back about 16,600,000. So we're borrowing $16,000,000, we're receiving $16,000,000, and over a 20-year term, we're paying it back about 600,000 in interest, which is excellent. It's almost like paying nothing really over
Right.
20 years.
Right.
So
Big
they're
money.
expecting for the $20,000,000 phase, the upgrades, that we're gonna receive loan forgiveness somewhere between 10%, 8, 9, 10%. We did better, I think we had 11% on that other one. But that's excellent, that's very good. So you're getting a lot for your money there. And that's, if you have any questions on that, that's basically it. So, and that's another good point. So if you look at 2026, there are no payments due on those two borrowings. The first one's gonna be coming due in 2027. But at the same time, if you go to the top of the chart, those are the older issues,
Right.
they're being paid off. So you see that those are all sewer, the 145, the 35, and then the next column down, the next rows down, those are all sewer payments. So when we hit 2027, those are coming off the books and the new debt's going on the books. You can see that if you look at the net sewer. So you're going up 1,800,000, but actually you're only going up 800,000.
Right.
Well, 1,800,000, I should say.
And it's all tapering down in the coming 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
Which is the point at which we could take on,
Yeah, it's funny.
say, a
'Cause
police station.
Yeah, and we're paying off the old debt for the upgrades to the facility 20 years ago. And now we have the new debt for the facility for the, 20 years later.
Right.
So it kind of like balanced out.
I'm sorry, I just missed that. On the police station, do we have a time frame when a debt is low enough to actually go ahead to borrow?
Sorry?
When we go ahead, I think the plan was 2028 possibly, to actually start to implement the new police station to build. Do we have enough debt reduction to go
No,
ahead?
I'm not sure. I've seen many different estimates on that police station.
It's
I know
funny,
the
it's
cost
funny,
to renovate this building was more than the cost to build new.
it's gonna be $40 to $50 million, definitely.
Yeah, but you're basically, you're now increasing on the middle school roof. Your excluded debt's gonna carry on. You're looking at $40 to $60 million for a police station.
Yeah.
That will come from the tax levy.
Okay, thank you.
And hopefully from some grant money,
Working on
if
it.
such a thing exists still.
There's a couple programs coming possibly.
All right, other questions?
So,
Thank you very much.
it's easy, thank you.
That was painless.
Painless is right. Very good, thank you.
I'll wait for my invitation for the retirement.
Hi,
party.
how are you?
All right.
Okay, so I noticed John had his wallet on the table. I did not bring mine, so I'm sorry.
Tell us who you are, because I think we are now out of
Out of order, yes.
Out of
I'm
order.
Sharon Rice from the Council on Aging.
Yes, thank you.
I have packets. Do you want extras for people who are not here?
We're
You go
putting
right in that
extras
pile
right
there.
there.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll set there.
Amassing quite a collection there. I knew that Derek had rearranged the schedule, but I wasn't quite sure.
Yeah, who was gonna come in, right?
So Council on Aging, Sharon Rice.
That's
and
me, yes.
please proceed with what you have to present to us.
Okay, so I don't often get a chance to present the pros and cons of life over at the COA, so thank you for indulging me. For the requested budget for the coming fiscal, I am asking for level services other than the contractual employee salary increases. I will just go on record to say that last year or this year, this budget covered us until the end of December. So it's a stretch, but we will make it work. On the org chart, we have 4 full-time members, myself, a 35-hour-a-week outreach coordinator, a receptionist, 35 hours a week, and the 3 of us are paid through the town. And then we have a 32-hour-a-week community outreach and program coordinator who is paid through the state formula grant. And here's where my indulgence comes in. So I will go through this very quickly, I promise, but just wanted to give all of you just a realistic look at what we're dealing with over at the COA. When I was here last year, we were fairly newly reopened and we had a 600% increase in membership. That has obviously slowed down, thank God. And we're now at, in the last 12 months, we've seen just slightly over a 50% increase. So we're continuing to grow by significant numbers. We offer this roughly the same amount of programs. We're at about 140 for March, which is a very full calendar. We do an average of 103 member visits per day. And when I say member visits, I mean people who go to our programs, not the people who walk in the door just to get information. I should have called one of you because I couldn't figure out, we only have programs for 4 days and the system only divides it by 5 days. So it's really more than this, but I'm not good at math, so. Yeah, I'm sorry, did you have a question?
So it's 103 member visits per, over 4 days or over 5 days?
Over 5 days.
Okay.
So, but we technically, Friday is my day to do work, so we have very few programs.
Okay.
So it's a little bit skewed, it's a little bit higher.
Okay.
I would guess around 130, but that's, could be faulty math, so. The first year I was director, I focused on rebuilding the COA, developing systems, policies, all of that. In 2024, the focus was on looking outward. So I looked at how we could, on our limited budget, offer our seniors more, better programs without costing us anything. So the way to do that, I determined, was through partnerships with area agencies in the community, and we are now working with over 25 partners. Some of them provide food to our seniors, some of them come in and do programs for us at no charge. There's some come in and cook meals for our events. So primarily our biggest partner is the Wareham, New Bedford Elks. They are so good to us. I don't know where we'd be without them. But South Shore Community Action Council, Onset VFW, there's just countless community groups that support us, which I'm really grateful. Big thing new in our programming is that we were awarded a $10,000 earmark from the late Representative Susan Gifford, and it was to pay for medical transportation for people over 60. There is a flyer in your packet at the end that give you some of the details on that. So we started this in February, mid-February, and we did 29 rides in February, which came to, it actually came to just under $1,400, this is $1,300, dollars in 29 rides. And so far in March, we have 50 rides scheduled, and we're only a couple of weeks into the month. The good news is I was able to partner with another agency called Taking People Places, and they're matching our funds. So that $10,000 from Susan is actually going to be worth $20,000 in rides. So it's a really wonderful program, and so far so good. It's keeping us busy.
What a great idea.
Thank you. Yes. Food costs are a big challenge for our seniors right now. They're getting squeezed in all directions. So we focused on creating new partnerships in this area as well. We have 7 food-related partners and 8 different programs that bring food into different groups or all of the seniors. It depends on what their mission is. So that's been a big emphasis of ours. And I've also started looking more heavily into grant funding because, you know, we're in the service center for our foreseeable future, and it needs some work to make it senior friendly. So we received a grant for $25,000, which allowed us to update the electrical service. So we can now plug in 2 toasters at the same time and not blow our fuses. That's a big plus. And we also replaced all the stair treads. And, you know, the building was most recently used as a school, and the treads were like rounded on the edges, and then they put caution tape over that. And if you think about someone with a not steady gait and wet shoes, we were having some accidents. So we have wonderful new treads that have, I call it Velcro, it's not, it's that scratchy stuff that keeps your foot from sliding. And we have that,
Like sandpaper?
it's like sandpaper, exactly, that's a much better word. 4.5 floors it paid for, so we're happy about that. And we did get some assistance through the Wareham Cultural Council to pay for some programs that we wouldn't have been able to offer otherwise. And lastly on that, we are now partnering with the Masters in Social Work program over at Bridgewater State. And some of their seasoned social workers are helping to write some grants for the COA, which I'm really excited about. So we're just starting that process. So I can't tell whether it'll be successful or not, but writing grants is such a time-consuming process. So really thrilled to have their assistance on that. And lastly, we have our first ever senior health fair, which will be happening at the COA on May 2nd. There is a flyer on that in your packet as well. It really is the last page I'll bend your ear on, so. As far as the COA, Derek asked us to talk about a little bit about what we do. And the most important work that we offer is the social services side. There's a real, I don't wanna say crisis, but pretty close to that. Here in Wareham, we have an increasing number of significantly elderly seniors who require services. Frail, sometimes they're isolated at home, and I won't go into some of the sad cases we have, but we're working really hard to reach this community that's very vulnerable and either don't know we're here or don't want us to help, but still need us. So we're working on doing some outreach to the home-based, homebound population. And our primary jobs is that we offer help in securing food stamps, fuel assistance, home care services, housing. We run the town's senior tax work-off program. And obviously we offer transportation. We help with getting your income tax prepared, all of those things. So pretty busy place. I identified 5 areas here that are the most pressing needs, I believe, for the seniors of Wareham, starting with food insecurity. This year we saw a tremendous need for people who were unable to keep up with utility costs. The fuel assistance amounts to individual households was reduced this year. And so they got less and the prices were so much higher and they just couldn't, really can't meet in the middle there. Housing continues to be a problem, a significant problem that there is no solution for within my.
In the housing, I just saw something recently down at Swift's Beach, you doing an open house.
Yes.
Why? You mean say?
Yeah, so we have this beautiful piece of property here in town, but the income levels, the minimum income level is $42,000.
That's what I wanted to hear,
Yeah.
I assumed that.
Yes, and it's part of, and I don't have the exact phrasing correctly, but we're considered part of the Boston area, and our salary, it's based on that. But the average senior in Wareham, at least the ones that come to us, earn about $1,200 to $1,500 a month. They're nowhere near 42,000. So when I spoke with the folks at Swift's Landing, I believe 4 of the senior units are filled, and there's over 40 available. So we're trying to help. You know, not everybody's aware that this is even here. So we're just trying to help bring awareness to the fact. So if some of the wealthier seniors were to move in there, then maybe some space would open up for some of the lower income seniors. Unfortunately, Wareham has a lot of extra problems being Wareham because I had a senior come to me just this week. His wife is on hospice and he just got evicted because his landlord wants to make his apartment an Airbnb. Being in a nice seaside town, they make so much more doing it that way than having a year-round tenant. So it's an added challenge. And of course, he doesn't want to move too far with his wife and her condition. So just hoping by bringing attention to Swift's Landing, it can maybe open up a few
Yeah.
other spots.
I knew the medium income is 80% of the Boston. Who cares about Boston? But they're building more units up Rosebrook way up there, 40 more.
I did see that, yeah, is
And-
that a Makepeace thing, I think,
Yeah.
maybe?
Yes,
Yeah.
two-
No, it's not Makepeace. It's another nonprofit out of Quincy. No, this is
Something
separate from
different?
Makepeace.
Makepeace is doing two pieces right next to the Rosebrook.
Well, I thought
Medical
they were
Facility.
using it coming there, but anyways, it's gonna be 40 one bedrooms, I think it's 650 square foot, perfect. And I'm thinking, they say it's so many gonna be affordable, but it's not really affordable, I mean, it just drives me nuts when they come in with these things, you know, these 40Bs, same thing. It's affordable for somebody, but not Wareham.
And unfortunately, the math for building the buildings doesn't work. If
I
if
get
you
all
don't
that.
use those kinds of, I mean, it wouldn't be in existence at all. It's a huge mess. It's a real problem.
It's just say housing, you're right, it's a big issue and they keep building. And I know my neighborhood, they're putting them in a 3-bedroom, it's $3,700. That's supposed to be affordable to who?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of money.
Yeah,
no matter how-
absolutely.
No matter how you cut it.
So even though we are, building, it isn't really helping the seniors that are, living in their cars or.
And it's not helping really the younger people either, in my mind, I mean, it's just, I saw housing, I'm saying, this is just a shame.
Yeah, it is, and unfortunately, they come to us because they have no other way, but we're really powerless. So what we try to do is help them with their other expenses, so they're able to put more towards their rent, because even the folks that aren't in the higher income housing apartments, they're still going up on their rent, and they just don't have it. It's really a sad situation.
The HUD situation is really simple. We were way back with Bonnie Frank, et cetera. They gerrymandered the area that Wareham got mixed in with Boston. I contacted HUD 2 years ago to ask about applying to have it changed to either Brockton or New Bedford. The people in charge there simply said, good luck. We will get it every 3 years. I've actually contacted Representative Keating and Mike Jackman as representative, and they've had no success either. So that's why the mess is the way it is.
I would be curious what the difference would be being in the Brockton or New Bedford.
Maybe 30% less, if not more.
Wow.
Okay, that could be.
It makes a difference.
But it would
makes
also, the question is, would anybody be building the housing if that was all
No,
the rent they were
If
gonna
it's a
get?
40B, they can simply because they're allowed on the 40B program, whatever their costs are, they get 20% above that no matter what. So how the 40B works is simply that they sell the project as it goes along, it keeps increasing the dollar amount, they make more and more. But I'm just saying, it's a broken system, that's all.
It is, yes,
Absolutely, like many that we're dealing with right now.
yes.
Yeah.
On your health fair, is Damien's gonna be involved in that, do you know?
I don't know, I think we did invite them, yes.
I can
I
imagine they
have
would.
somebody who's doing some of the outreach for me, but we can certainly, I can check with them. They are a new partner with us for this year, and we actually did a very well attended session over there that kind of, so a lot of people fear a stigma going there, especially seniors who worked hard all their lives and they're.
Never thought they would need this.
Yeah, so we did an open house over there, we brought people in, it was great, they help us out around the holidays, they give us turkeys and hams, and every week they give us pastry to go with our coffee, so they're really a great partner, we're grateful to have.
I'm on the board of
Oh,
Damien's.
okay, so yeah, so I don't have to
I'm
sell
glad to
you.
hear that,
Yeah.
but we have a brand new executive director, as you know, and she's got a lot of energy and a lot of good ideas, and I know
That's great.
she wants to be out in the community.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll definitely.
Damien's, just so you know, on Monday, got their van from GATRA reconditioned. I worked on that and we got that done. So you have a couple possibilities. One, if the town ever provides a budget for you, you can possibly get a van through GATRA. Because what they're doing is there's a normal turnover by so many miles. They actually recondition them and it's free. Because they have a program which actually gave it to them. So that's always a possibility. The problem is if the COA was to get their own van to transport people, you have to pay for a driver, et cetera.
And
So you
insurance.
have to have a budget for it.
And all kinds of things.
So it would
yeah.
require,
Yes.
yeah, so you're the folks to ask,
Mhm.
because No, but yes, it would require a scheduler, a
Some
driver,
additional
insurance,
expense. Yeah.
there's expenses. And then I don't know, one of the wonderful, there's good and bad with being in Wareham, and one of the wonderful sides is we do have GATRA, and they do dial right, they do great services here, and none of the coordination is done at the COA, it's all
That's
done
great.
out of house, so, it's all good, we just,
You can always ask, the worst thing that you get is a no.
yeah, well, even if we used it just for longer trips, that would be great. So just, I know I've gone on and on, but just to let you folks know, make you aware, we are seeing with all the budget cuts that are been passed down, that a lot of our funding through our ASAP, which is Old Colony Elder Services, a lot of that money comes from the federal government, and there have been some cuts. Some of the COAs up on the North Shore and on the Cape have seen cuts to their congregate meal program. In Wareham, we don't have an in-house one. We don't offer hot meals, but we do a box lunch service. As of yet, we haven't had any cuts, but we are seeing it in different towns, and there is some talk about potentially Meals on Wheels being impacted by these cuts. Wareham has a tremendous population, tremendous in the terms of the number of communities that have Meals on Wheels. We have 250 people on that program, and many of these folks can't cook for themselves. They either can't stand very long, or they're maybe they're on oxygen or whatever, that really depend on these meals. So there's MCOA, which is the state agency that oversees the COA. We had a meeting with all the directors, and they're hoping that we can start to fill in some of these gaps as they start to happen, because the seniors, if they're losing the places to go for help, there's nobody to fill in. So, so when I talked about level services at the beginning, and I talked, we do all of this. I have a staff of 4. We are so overwhelmed as it is. We work hard every single day. So I don't know where this is leading. I'm just putting the bug out there, because I may come back with a very different story as we start to see how things fold. We could get lucky, but I don't know. So, and it obviously has big impacts for people.
Yep.
So.
Exactly.
Yeah, GATRA, with all the New England regional transportation people, they went to Washington to lobby. They didn't come back with very good answers.
Yeah. So it's a big question mark, and the COA directors, we're all very concerned, but we don't know yet.
Yeah, we all are.
Well, I know from personal experience in my family that you're doing some really important things.
Well,
and
thank you.
It's making a real difference for people, and I think you deserve our support.
Well, thank you, appreciate that.
Also, thank you for reaching out. My friend Dave Walton, who's a curmudgeon, even though he wouldn't allow you to help him, at least we tried.
My neighbor, yes.
Yeah, sometimes that's what happens, but, and
tried.
sometimes people don't know we're here,
But
because we're pretty new.
My sister-in-law and her family have taken advantage of the sort of subsidized, I guess, or lower cost housekeeping.
Mhm.
Huge change for quality of life for people.
Absolutely. And this, it sounds so dramatic, but we really do, the work we do changes people's lives.
Yeah.
And it sounds, people, she's blowing her own horn, but it really
Yeah,
is,
it's so
because it is
important.
quality of life.
It allows people to live. It's as simple as that.
And gives them more dignity than they're going to have. So thank you.
That. So thank you both for saying that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we are on a lunch break until 12:30. Hopefully our food is here, so we will go dark for the time being, but we'll be back at 12:30.
Sorry, Jody, right behind you.
Looking at my email, I just got my gas bill.
Oh no.
So I'm talking money right now.
I don't want to know. So next up on the schedule, we have the library.
Yeah, if you got some extras, we got a couple members that,
Oh, okay.
Yes.
How many
how many are you
do
collecting? Couple?
There are 3 people who are not here.
If you just put 9 total and with whatever you hand out here plus others aside,
Okay.
because what I'll do is I'll take a full copy for records as well.
The library one comes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you did.
Like my dogs. Professional expense.
Two of these?
I got,
For maturity, I should say, yeah.
I got 2 sheets, yeah, there's the
Full library?
You're not
two
shocked.
2 sheets coming around, there's this one
Okay.
for you and this one.
Yeah, just don't, just these ones.
Okay.
But you had me confused, which doesn't take much.
All right, and if you would, once you're ready to sit down and speak, please give us your name for the record and your title.
Yeah, Patrick Marshall, Library Director.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And we are here to hear what you have proposed for the fiscal 26 budget.
Well, thank you for that. As I do every year, I like to just take the opportunity, a couple of minutes to just tell you a little bit about what the library has been able to do and kind of where we are at this point and everything. Our mission, of course, is that we provide a comfortable and welcoming place that stimulates people's imaginations, creates young readers, and connects residents to the world. And our vision is that the library is a vital community hub where people and ideas come together, and we sustain ourselves through excellent customer service, careful stewardship of financial and physical resources, and attention to the ever-changing needs of the community. One of the things that impressed me is in our circulation, and again, these numbers are for FY24, since this fiscal year obviously is not a complete picture yet. We circulated a little over 108,000 items, and you can see it included 65,000 plus books, except ebooks were just under 14,000. And this represents an increase of 1.3% from FY23. And I point that out, the increase doesn't seem like much, but if you recall in September and October of FY24, the main facility was shut down for the carpet replacement. And September and October are busy months for us. So the fact that we were able to come back and still increase over the year before was pretty impressive.
I need to stop and interrupt you for one moment, just to let the record reflect that Heidi Churchill has joined the meeting. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
For the first 6 months of this fiscal year, we have circulated a total of a little over 53,000 items. And again, because we seem to have our annual shutdowns in the late summer, early fall, we were shut down August and September, which are an even busier time period. But we are continuing to show an increase over last year's circ. And if trends continue, we would again be higher. In FY24, one of the benefits of being a certified library is that we don't have to have everything in our library. Basically, every library in Massachusetts is our branch. And Wareham residents make full use of that. We basically borrowed 17,400 items from libraries throughout the Commonwealth, and we lent 12,900, which basically means we're a net lender. We borrow a lot more than we lend out. And again, that is a result of being a certified public library. In FY24, a little over 50,000 people came into the library building, and you can see our biggest months are 5,500 people in May, or April, 5,300 in May, and August also 5,300. And our slowest month was February, when we only had just one person shy of 4,000. I should have had somebody walk through the door one more time just to make that even. Our budget for this year, fiscal year 25, is just a little under $433,500, which is $20.43 per capita, or roughly 0.5% of the town budget. We rank 56 out of 59 communities within our population age group, and the median municipal funding for libraries in our population age group is about $870,000. For staffing, we have 220 hours per week of staff time, which comes out to an FTE of 5.5 people based on a 40-hour week.
And again, we rank 56 out of 59 communities within our population group, with the median being 425 hours a week. Volunteers we do have use of volunteers. A lot of them just don't want to be counted, I guess, I don't know. But for the ones that we are counted, the payroll equivalent of this is about $20,000 based on the worth of work, based on the volunteer hours worth for the 2024 independent sector. Wareham has 141,000 items, which again includes just under 70,000 books, 47,000 ebooks, and 14,000 downloadable. We held, and again with a staff of 1 for the children's department, we held 109 children's program with over 3,500 attendees, and we had 93 adult programs with 1,200 attendees. So we've been very busy. You can see through the list of all that we do, and I'm sure I missed something with the programs that we do, but we do an awful lot with what we get. And I like to point out the certification requirements. These are sort of minimum standards that the library needs to meet to be a certified community. Our population age group, as I mentioned before, is 15,000 to 24,999. We must be open a minimum of 50 hours a week over a 5-day period and include weekends. Open to all residents of the Commonwealth, make no charges for normal library services, employ trained personnel, and lend to other certified libraries. And we have to spend 15% of our budget on library materials, which includes books, ebooks, databases, basically everything that we give out. Our municipal appropriation requirement for FY26 is looking to be about $393,000. So the current budget as planned through the town administrator is $433,400. So we are certainly within there. And then future thoughts and needs. The library is extremely short-staffed. I can myself as director can spend upwards of half my time during a week on the circulation desk. Children's librarian and the tech services librarian will spend well over half to 3/4 of their time on the desk each week. If we were able to, if a staff person is out on vacation or out on leave, as the case is now, we certainly see that scheduling becomes extremely difficult. At a minimum, to bring us to a point where we're not necessarily flush with staff, but not looking at every day somebody being out being a catastrophe, we would need at least 2 full-time library assistants. And it would also be helpful to have a full library staff person, a professional librarian who could oversee the adult services of the library as far as training of the library staff on the use of the system, being in charge of the library during times when professional staff are not there, and just making sure that circulation operations of the library continue. And I won't go into too much because I'm sure Derek has mentioned the capital needs of the building, of course, are slightly extensive with the building, with what it needs. And of course, technology, as always, with every department, plays a major role in what we do. We are increasingly having to assist patrons with resumes, filing documents, basic computer training. Work from home individuals, local entrepreneurs are also increasingly coming in to use the library for Wi-Fi as their sort of home away from home. And residents themselves have asked for more hybrid programming opportunities, etc. I mean, basically, you know, you have there's the running joke that people say, you know, where's the old card catalog? Where's the old what have you? You know, I used to come into the library to do my research. We still provide that service, but just as with every other department, every other industry, we've had to adapt to the modern times. And now that the library is essentially available from the comfort of your home, your living room, your couch, the resources, a lot of them are online, but they're still something that we handle. And I always like to point out sort of the value of library services, and this doesn't include everything because there are some things I just can't find an equivalent value, but essentially for every dollar that of the library budget of FY24, about a little under $5.50 was returned to the community in public services. And this again is not a complete list of everything, so that number is certainly higher. And as I like to say, we are the information place for the citizens of Wareham, providing cultural, recreational, educational resources for everyone. We're not just the physical building, but we are online, working with community groups and town departments and providing programs throughout the community. We're basically your library when you want us and where. So that's sort of just a look at where we are. Budget-wise, you have the budget there that we've requested. As I said, it's a little under 433,500, I think 405 to be exact. Most of that is covered through salaries and utilities. We are, lost my sheet. Oh, there we are. The salaries are essentially what are standard. The salaries are contractual obligations. The one account that we did go up a little higher in is electricity. So we are, because of the HVAC issues we had last summer, we're already $10,000 over budget with electricity this year than we were last year. And most of that increase overage occurred in August, September, when we were dealing with the mold. So you had the high density dehumidifiers going 24/7. You had the HVAC when they did, when municipal maintenance was able to get it going, had it running at regular speed pretty much 24/7. And so in most of the electricity is back down to normal levels now. So that's why I pretty much assume it is from that issue. And knowing that we are about to enter summer again, and we're gonna have to deal with the HVAC. I know municipal maintenance has talked about putting in some extra dehumidifiers so we don't have to redo the mold issue just because the work, it just is impossible to have the work done. So we did put in increases for that. The other thing that we did, and it wasn't so much an increase that we put in for electricity and natural gas, but a shifting of the budget, and I basically took it out of books and subscription. The Friends of the Library are concerned with being a nonprofit group paying utilities for the Spinney branch. They're concerned also with the fact that when the library work does begin, that building is not going to be accessible for quite some time. Therefore, their fundraising is going to take a deep dive. So they have requested that we put the electricity and natural gas, the utilities basically into the library budget. So what I've done is just shifted around some of the line items, as I said, and put those in there. And what they're looking to do is basically where I've taken it out of the books and subscriptions account, they're looking to what the money they would have spent on electricity and gas, the Friends would pick up that money with the books and subscriptions. Beyond that, I don't think there was anything of major changes to the budget beyond just typical, as I said, services and salaries.
On the library certification requirements, what goes into that 15% of the budget for materials? Which items on the expense item?
So basically, it's basically we have to spend 15%, but that includes money that we get for state aid. So Wareham receives, I think, about $50,000 in state aid. I don't have the exact number. I basically use that as my materials budget because that's funding that's being spent within that fiscal year. That counts as the 15%. I mean, as a result, that money being spent also counts to the overall library budget, even though it's money from the state. But this is why you don't have to have 15% of the actual town appropriated budget be 15%. It's just what was spent during the year for our population group has to be 15%.
And how certain is that state aid? I know a lot of our state aid is very fuzzy at this point.
They've done really well, and my understanding is even in the governor's budget, it is put at level funded for this, which was for last year, and last year was the highest level they had for state aid in a long time. That line item took a major hit back in the recession of the 90s, I think. And it's taken till about now to get it back, but it has been back. And from what I'm hearing from the Legislative Caucus with library funding and the Board of Library Commissioners is they're not looking to, I don't see an increase. I mean, the state library commissioners have put in for an increase. I don't see that happening. But I think that we're pretty safe with that.
So we're not in danger of losing our certification on that
No,
issue.
the certification amount only is only the town municipal appropriation requirement. So that's the town budget. That has nothing to do, the money we get for state aid, think of it as it's our reward for being certified. But the certification requirement, the municipal appropriation requirement is only what the town appropriates. And easy way of thinking of it is they basically look to see that you should spend the average of what the library budget has been for 3 years plus 2.5%. It's not quite that level, but it comes out close. And we certainly have been within that for the past number of years, so there's no issue with that.
So we are, the governor's budget proposed 58,716, which is about $400 and change less than.
Yeah.
So we're gonna shut off the lights one night and maybe make it up.
Well, and that also, the way the formula, and I always have to look at it, the actual distribution to the state aid depends on once I send in all the reports and stats for this past, because they'll look at how many items did you send out as a library, you know, what was, there's 3 factors that make up the actual formula for the appropriation to the town. But yeah, as Derek said, they're not looking to cut that too much, or at least not yet.
Any other questions?
All right,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I have a copy of?
Oh, absolutely.
Of the handouts?
I've got a bunch of handouts for you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good rest of the day. So we've got LJ next. All right. Next up will be the town clerk. I guess she's probably on her way up the stairs right now.
We got decertified. We have budget average of $600,000 before. So you're gonna bring me a 12-pack of Mexican Coke, right?
No.
Okay. That would be
Come in.
Coca-Cola.
Come on, LJ.
I was trying to give you time to eat your lunch.
We have done it.
Sit in the big chair.
Yes, please. All right.
Good morning, afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. I assume you have something to hand out to us.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I'll pass it down if you want.
Oh, no, that's all right.
All right.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Lisa.
Hey, Lisa.
Hi. Good morning,
Lisa.
afternoon.
And if you have a couple of extras, just leave them down on the corner there. We got some people who are not here in
Yep.
person.
That's what I do.
And then I need you, beyond just announcing yourself as Lisa, to tell us your full name and your role in the town.
This one. Lisa Johnson, your town clerk. So a little packet I gave you. First of mine is a little bit what we do. We just don't do births, deaths, and dog license. We do a lot more in there. That is our main category, besides elections. I gave you some numbers of the births, deaths, and marriages we do. Business certificates are very popular. The number for that one. Dogs is what we're doing right now. Fuel storage permits, meeting agendas, public records requests, citations from the ACO and the conservation if they have any, we collect their monies. Raffle permits aren't as popular, but we still do them. And all the record keeping that we have every single piece of paper in our office for something or other. Street listings, voter registrations come through the state computer, and we also do them manually. For residential certifications, when they come in and ask any kind of information about their voting status. Town meetings, we do everything from A to Z. Elections, that's a whole nother topic, but they're fun. A lot of voting is very time consuming for vote by mail. This last year, voting season was crazy with that. It's nice, but it's a pain in the neck, because you gotta send them out, and then we hope you send them back, and half of the people that ask for them don't send them back. So, when it comes to budget, we've done well this last year. This will be my really first budget that I've done in a long time. But with the help of Derek, who went over some of the things earlier. The biggest part of it is on the elections and registration page, which is the last page on the budget thingy. With the cycle of elections, you can go up and down on your budget for that. So this coming year, we'll only have, 26, we'll have a midterm in March and then only our own. So it won't be that bad. So Derek thought it was a good idea to lower it to where we did, and I think that's okay. The other one, the town meetings budget stayed about the same, which is fine. And my budget was pretty much, only a few things changed a little bit. But not too badly.
You've got a tabulator, not a voting tabulator.
Yep, the very, very last page. Yes. So Derek did explain to me how capital funds work, as that's called. But we just thought we'd show it to you anyways. The machines are over 10 years old. The company does suggest you upgrade if you can. They are giving a discount until August, I think it was. I mean, it's $8,400, that's not a bad deal. We would need 7 of them, so I guess you can put that on your back burner. The buckets that we have for our tabulators will be retrofitted to accept the machine sliding into its slot that it does now, just need a different adaptation. But they would give us that because we already have the buckets. We have seen it work, it is a little quicker. Some people don't like to stand there those few minutes until it says accepted or whatever, and they just walk off. I get impatient. So I know that's a wish, that's a big wish, but it's there.
And I guess it will be addressed to capital planning. No, it's not part of capital planning.
They submitted that to capital plan?
We just received this.
Yeah, we just got it.
So not necessarily this time.
So
can still add it
they're
though.
looking for, yeah, so this is,
So if you could send the request through Derek to capital planning, one meeting in the week.
so,
Okay,
yeah, that's why she knows to send it to capital planning. She was just providing it to the finance committee to give you guys some additional
that's a lot of money.
information.
No, it's not.
But I mean, the thing does run quicker and yes, we have 7 of them, 1 is a spare.
And we don't want to break down in the middle of an election.
No, they do give us this last election in November, the company, LHS came to service them because we've had a problem, we were testing them, and they did give us 2 loaners. But they're just loaners. This machine that we have now, the ICP one, is phasing out. So they were saying, you wanna get them when you can, because if we can't fix it anymore and something happens, then you just stuck with one new one and 6 old ones, until whatever. But that is just a wish. Because they are so expensive.
So a question on raffle permits.
Yes, sir.
So what type of raffles are you talking about? Like maybe one at a car show or at
A nonprofit will hold a raffle for fundraising.
yeah.
And they have to come in and get a permit, and they have to fill out the paperwork with us. It costs $10 a year to get a raffle permit.
Yeah.
And then they have to send in their paperwork to the state lottery commission division,
Reporting the,
their income and what they,
okay.
and what they spent on their.
And this is for like everybody, not just the big ones, the little teeny ones too?
Yep, any nonprofit that has a,
Any nonprofit?
Only nonprofits can have raffles, right?
yes.
So like the weekly meat raffles that the Elks Club does and.
They haven't come to us yet, but like Friends of the Library, they do,
Sounds like they're nonprofits.
they're supposed to, but
Okay.
like everything else. We used to have a lot more before COVID. Once COVID hit, they really slowed down, and now not so many came back for them anymore. We do have a couple of years that we do.
Other questions?
I have one question. On your budget, I'm looking at the line item under your expenses for other purchase services.
On the town clerk page one, the very first sheet?
Yeah,
Yes.
the 2650 up to 11,250. Why such a big increase?
That was in 23.
Yeah.
25, it was only 11,250.
Right, it came down.
It came
It's
down
coming
back-
down to 81.5 this year.
What are the purchased services?
I probably put things in the wrong places, so I'm learning also.
So you have your, when we have the new equipment, one of the things you do is you have to pay for the maintenance of those. Those are the type of items. that
In
you have.
LHS, the computer company that does the tabulators, they have, that's in there, they have the yearly thing. LL Data is our boards and committee program that we have on the computer between the select board and my office. That's a yearly fee, we pay to update.
And that
keep
was
that
brought in 2025, that was brought in this year.
Yes.
Yeah. So those, some of the changes for those, so those are typically other purchase services will be some of the maintenance or some of the other computer stuff. Like the letter opener has the same thing, you have to have a 1 year checked.
Okay.
And we do use it a lot, so I thank you for buying that.
I got just 3 questions for you today. Someone has a nonprofit, they have what we call 50/50, which you buy tickets
Yes,
and basically the organization keeps 50% and the person whose ticket gets pulled
yes,
gets the bell. Do
Yes.
They have to get a lottery ticket for that?
No.
License? If you're not sure, you can get back to me,
I'm not sure.
because I know several organizations that do that and they've
Yes,
never.
yeah, I think it's kind of like they're supposed to, but not everybody does, but
Okay,
I will
It's
ask.
like leave it
I
alone.
may or may not have
Kinda.
witnessed that recently,
Yeah.
yes.
but I didn't buy a ticket.
Yeah. Okay, next, my question. This goes back for a long time, way before you. We were supposed to digitize our records for the clerk's office. We actually got money from, I think it was community preservation, which got turned back and was never done. Is there any game plan to digitize all the records for the clerk's office?
Not that I'm aware of.
Tell me you want money.
Hmm?
Tell me you want some money.
It depends on how you want things digitized. I know paper is hard to keep and space consuming. And sometimes the original paperwork may be with this department over here and they have to keep theirs forever and ever. Where my office may not have to keep it forever and ever, depending on what they are, obviously. It's, in my book personally, it's half of one, a dozen of the other. If you want it done, we would have to find the company and that would
Yeah,
tell us
that
how to
was
do it and.
That was the whole idea.
Yeah.
No, just something that I think would save you time, money, and budget in the long run. Because to find a record could take you weeks. If it's digitized, you can just hit the computer and it's there.
You
like a
find it
minute.
that way, true.
The other thing is, we did try electronic voting one time.
The town meeting.
Town meeting, it worked out really well. I think-
Electronic with the buttons?
Mhm.
Yep.
And what happened was, we had community events committee actually pay for that one time.
Mhm.
And then the clerk, who was way before you, was supposed to put in their budget to go forward and never did.
Mhm.
This is something I've just questioned whether this is possibility going down the line. It was, everybody really responded well to it.
I do like it, I've had it in my past 2 towns. to get the people to understand to push a little button is kind of hard. It doesn't sound like it should be, but it is. It also comes with a computer program that has to be set up with your warrant.
Yep.
And then you open and close the voting period when an article is read. And yeah, it does come up very quickly. So it does save time, but
What we had done is we hired a firm to allow us to do it at a very low price, as an experiment, really.
Yep.
They brought their own people in, they ran all of it.
Yes.
And then from that point on, either you could lease or buy the equipment. The idea of buying the equipment was not a good idea simply because it could be obsolete in a year or two. And you have to go through it all over.
Okay.
But it's just something to look into. Like I say, at that particular town meeting, we came away with a real strong response positive.
Yes. Meridian is the company I dealt with.
I can't remember the company I dealt with.
There's
It's out
three
of
of them.
Ohio.
Company out of Cleveland. Some liked it, some did not.
Yeah.
We did get negative feedback on it.
No, we did.
Yes, we did.
I disagree. Never mind.
It is very quick. Will it really make the meeting go quicker?
And I think you get a more honest vote.
I
too.
think
You will,
that's,
because they're not
that's the
raising their
reason.
hand.
I don't think it saves enough money in our meeting, enough time in our meetings to be the justification, but I do think people
People look
vote-
around the room
they
and
know
see
what,
what
they know people are looking at them.
Right.
And they don't necessarily vote the way they would really like to,
Right,
and
true.
I think that's a real problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know the
totally
cost
agree.
to buy them is expensive. I remember that from Leicester.
Yeah.
Cause they had quite a large collection of buttons and you have to test them. You know, they come in little cassette boxes like this and every time you wanna use them, you gotta press them all to make sure they all work. And if not, you gotta buy the batteries, the little
It's a lot of
tab
work.
batteries and those are expensive and replace them all because one doesn't work and we don't know if the others are gonna work.
And you have to have enough for whatever
everybody.
size of tenants you may have, which
Yes.
is not always very
Leicester
clear.
had over 900.
Right. But I do think it's problematic that this is not secret ballot. We don't have a secret ballot way of voting at town meeting.
No.
True.
Yeah, I came from a representative town meeting, so they knew they needed 168 of them at the start of town meeting, open town meeting.
Anybody and everybody.
Who
Who
knows?
knows? Yeah.
It used to be you needed 150 to take any financial actions in this town. But
That's not
the,
true anymore.
We'll fix that one.
Yeah, so, and that was difficult. We would literally stop town meeting and
Call people.
call people. You'd have people calling neighbors, family
You come
members.
down right now, we need 2 more, you're done.
The interesting thing was if a vote wasn't going the way somebody liked it, they would do a quorum count to
Yeah,
try
kill
and
it.
kill it.
Mhm.
It was a nasty time.
It's not nice.
Yeah, the buttons were very helpful,
That's why we have zero.
like you say, in that aspect of, you know,
I just
I
think,
don't want my neighbor to see me say, yeah, I want.
Right. All right, anything else?
Yeah, it's sort of not mine, I remember the converged opinion was if you're voting, you should do it loud and proud. Yeah, but.
You don't get to
Yeah, I
decide
get
that for
it.
everyone.
There's also, we also hear within the crowd, people talking to each other or going at each other. and it can be tough.
Nasty,
Right.
nasty
It's not good.
sounds.
But if you wanna spend money, there is a company called General Code out there. And they upkeep all your bylaws and your zoning bylaws. And you hand them, when you get your Attorney General's things back, you hand everything to them and they do the books all over again. They give you, in Lancaster, each department had a book to share. And they didn't make them, because that was the expense part of it, was the book. So if they update a section, they just send you the update for that section and you add it to your book. It was online also, just like it is here now. That is a fantastic spending of money.
How much does that cost?
Oh, I quoted it.
Roughly, I mean,
Under 10 grand, but it wasn't cheap to start, because they take the whole thing and.
but it is,
digitize
I mean, it is problematic that every time we have something new, it doesn't
Change.
necessarily get reflected
Proper.
properly.
Yes.
At least it hasn't in the past.
Everywhere, not just here.
Yeah.
It is a constant issue.
It's a good idea, I can look into it for next year if you want me to.
Do you think there could be any grant money for something like that?
If somebody showed me how to do that, I could probably find something.
Yes.
I'm not up first.
I think it would be worth looking into.
If I remember, codification of the bylaws is a priority over the digitizing of the records. They're two separate things.
Mhm.
And I remember
That would make
was
sense,
put a
yeah.
priority before the digitization. And anything we're doing with digitizing records in the clerk's department needs to reflect how we would digitize records across the entire
Yes,
town.
yes,
That's where you run
That's
into
complicated,
problems.
yeah.
because every department is a little different. I may get the final factor, but you all have something different that I get at the end.
It's no different than a search for a, if you will, on the assessor's site, a search for a property. Let's say it's Cranberry Lane. Is it CRAN? You know, and
Yes.
Lane, is it, are they spelling LANE? Are they putting LN?
Right.
So it's GIGO, whatever you put in for the search. So you can get yourself in trouble that way too, not be able to find the records.
Like Furnace Brook Parkway, is that what this here, Furnace, whatever? It's all abbreviated. One of the roads, and I'm like, I can never remember what the name of the road is.
Yeah, there's some of them that are, you know, you go through there, so you actually then try and find out who owns the property, do a reverse search on their name to,
Wareham Lakeshore Drive,
yeah, where LK,
SHSDR.
yeah.
Okay. This is, we're in the world of retrofitting, I
Yeah,
guess,
yeah.
because things have been done a particular way and we haven't consistently come up to speed.
I'd rather see general code than digitizing. That's just my-
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, sorry.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Yes, we have 4 running for the 2 3-year positions.
papers have come back?
Yes,
Oh.
we certified them. There's 3 or 4 running for the 2-year unexpired term. Not all of them, not all those yet.
That's,
Another,
another
time, I'm sure.
This is not the time to be talking about this, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. You can come down your way out.
No political geeking out.
All right. Accounting.
Boycotting.
Pass this out to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See, we're 3 minutes early. We're 3 minutes early.
That's not why.
She said, here.
Right there. Thank you. And if you could, please let us know who you are and what your position is and why you're here.
Hi, I'm Hannah Medeiros, the Assistant Town Accountant, and I'll be explaining the accounting budget today.
And your boss is away, I understand, on vacation.
Yes, yes.
We need to clear this with her schedule. All right, please explain the accounting office, accounting department budget for us.
Alrighty, so first we have our salaries, the personnel salaries. In our office, we have the town accountant, the assistant town accountant, and then our accounts payable clerk. We're also asking for overtime for $9,500 to help replace the loss of a part-timer we had. So for our expenses, to start, we have professional services. We pay for the audit of our post-employment benefits. This amount has increased from $10,500 to $12,000. And this is the first increase in this since FY 2017. We also have office supplies. We store all the financial records, we have contracts, everything for the audit. We also need toner and paper for the printer to run payroll and all the warrants weekly. And toner has increased from $90 to over $200. So that's why there's an increase there. We also have our dues and memberships. We go to a yearly accounting school, which is actually next week. And this is just to help to maintain our certification. And this has also increased over the past couple of years. We also budget for repair and maintenance of our printers. When Judy became town accountant, she got rid of the copy machine, so we just have a printer, which is a necessity for us. We can't be without one because we're running the weekly payrolls. So with that, our expense budget is $17,200, $12,000 for the professional services. So that leaves us with $5,200 to function for the year. And I just want to note, at the bottom, Judy says this is the first time she's increased her expense budget since becoming town accountant in FY 2012. And even with that, the overall budget has gone up less than 3%. So what questions may I answer?
I would expect the town accountant to have an eye on expenses and keep them as low as possible, so that's appreciated.
Yes, she does indeed.
So Hannah was hired earlier and now has been promoted to the assistant town clerk. We're very happy to have her. You've done a great job, so.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I've had a great time here. I love working here. It's a fun environment. Everyone's really friendly. I've learned a lot from the town accountant, so I really feel like my career is progressing here, so I enjoy it.
Glad to hear it.
I entertain them every time I show up.
That is true.
That's not what they say, but
Yeah,
that's
that's one word
okay. They use different terms, yes.
All right. Well, if no one has any other questions, we know that you have work to do, and we'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Hannah.
you so
Appreciate
much.
the rest of your day.
You as well. Thank you.
All right, and next up is human resources. I understand you're taking care of that, Derek.
Yeah, we do that today.
And are you also gonna take the first item now? Is this a good time to do that, or?
Yeah, I've got that as well, so we can just break it in, however we wanna do it. You want- So, this is I don't know what the word for a triple hybrid position is, but the tribrid.
Too much.
So, the human resources also is led by Doreen Allen England, who's also the assistant town administrator, but also does HR work for the school department as well. So I'm going to go through and read this, and I apologize for reading it out, but I think it's well worth the time so people understand what a modern HR department does. Still relatively new. When I came on board for the town, I think we were a $60 or $70 million budget at the time. We didn't have a dedicated HR staff for this town. It was crazy. So, the HR department's or human resource department primary focus on hiring, pre-employment physicals, drug testing, training, benefits, employment matters, investigations, employment policies, and collective bargaining. Over the past few years, the department has made great strides in revamping the hiring process, conducting numerous specialized training programs such as First Amendment auditors, customer service, respect and professionalism in the workplace, Excel, Word, OSHA, reasonable suspicion, ergonomics, safe driving simulation, CPR, Mass Commission Against Discrimination, Harassment Prevention, Injured on Duty training, and VADAR training, which is our accounting software. We created an onboarding program and updating employment practices and policies, including numerous OSHA policies and practices, offering new voluntary benefits to employees, updating the collective bargaining agreements, creating a wellness program, monitoring workers' compensation claims and unemployment benefits, and working closely with the administration department heads in addressing employment matters. So they follow a lot for this. In order to address staffing needs, we've created a clerical floater position. If you remember, we brought that in last year. So while it's listing 3 full-time employees within the department, there's the HR director, the benefits coordinator, then the floating clerical member. That floating clerical member works primarily in other departments. So, and not just within this building. So they've gone out to water pollution control, over to municipal maintenance, so they go all over the place. And it takes a special person to do that. We've got an excellent one in Marie.
So it's worked out well.
It has worked out well. And you sort of, and this isn't about the HR, but in a way it is. You'll see for one of the first times, we've been trying to put a little bit of overtime in town budgets. And the reason being is we've noticed with our staffing at the levels compared to other communities and such, when somebody's out, work isn't being done, it's piling up. So when they come back in or something happens. So rather than, we have people working extra hours uncompensated or it becomes or they get comp time for it, that's just setting us further behind. So we'd like the ability for some of the departments every now and then to do a little bit of overtime if it's necessary so we don't fall behind. But the budget is focused on hiring, training, investigations, continuing to update policies and programs, and assisting staffing needs of all departments. So primarily the expenses, if you look at it, are drug and alcohol testing for, it's not just new employees, we have people with their CDLs that have random drug testing, physicals, tuitions and conferences, some of the advertising, printing and mailing, and office supplies. We did reduce you'll see there's slight reduction this year, larger percentage wise, as we now drug tests which are less expensive, and we do not have the same number of seasonal new hires, which is reducing the physicals. So even a seasonal employee, we have to put through a physical, because if they get injured while they're working for us, it's still a cost to the town. So the back of that sheet on the two sides is the organizational chart. But, human resources has been a win. We've seen it on some of the workers' comp claim. Well, some of that's anecdotal. You haven't had enough flow for it. There's been great training, some really nice stuff to bring sort of people closer together working, including working with the Mayflower Municipal Health Group. We've had some chair volleyball activities going on, which actually has been really great on bringing some of the staff together. Because you want, in this day and age, it's really easy to be snappish with each other. So you want people to beyond just the regular office environment, learn how to work together and have some fun. So my team did win in the chair volleyball. So.
Not pickleball, huh?
No pickleball. Too loud. So are there any questions on human resources? I think it's been, I think one of those things that in a way pays for itself over the long run. So it's been a great addition to the town.
Great. I guess I do have one question. She does HR for the schools. Is any part of her salary attributed to the schools?
Yes, so it's like with the how we pay for some of the plumber, from the school plumber as we're utilizing them, it's the same thing. Some of the SRO costs are from the school, so they cover it, and it's it's up to the superintendent. Sometimes she gets calls for some other things over there on the utilization, so it's like anything. There can be a week where it's nonstop over there, and it can be a week where there's there's not too much or anything.
All right, and so are we up to the first item on the schedule at this point? I guess I didn't make you announce who you are.
Oh, yes.
For the record.
My name is Derek Sullivan. I'm the town administrator for Wareham, and as we're getting into the town administration, I'm often asked what my job is, what I do for the town. So my explanation is, I say, everything that's wrong with the town? That's my fault. So that's usually it. And they get it right away. So, the town administration department, the town administrator is the head of all the day-to-day activities of the town. It is a conduit for all those activities from the departments. We also do some of the permitting for people using town properties. All of the general liability insurance, including accidents claims, comes through our department. It's a lot of the question and answers. Procurement comes through the department as well. We end up signing off on every single contract for the town and for certain ones over a price for the school department as well. So it's a lot to come through there. You see on the organizational chart in the department, there's 2 full-time employees, myself and Super Patty, who you can see holds 2 roles as the assistant to the town administrator, but also a project, it says manager, should be coordinator. When she was hired originally, it was as project coordinator, going almost like a floater, going through department from department, helping them with their projects. When we made cuts and the old assistant to the town administrator retired, Patty was brought into that position of sort of a hybrid. Right now, it's actually the staffing from, like everybody else in the administration, is lower than a decade ago, just like the select board. So it's we're getting the work done, and we've got some lucky, as I said, I'm lucky to have Patty working on it. When you go through our department, you'll see there's a little bit of overtime, about a little over $1,600. So on the big changes, everything else is contractual from the salary position. Our big costs are some of the dues and memberships. Rental and leased equipment is the copy machine and printer in our office that's also utilized by human resources, and that gets utilized quite a lot.
Finance committee.
Yeah, sometimes I was gonna say finance committee utilizes it as well. So we did a slight reduction this year in looking at it, what our actual costs were for some of the items. So we're just trying to keep it in line with what we're actually expending. So it's obviously, it's not a big budget overall for the town. You know, some of the other towns I see, sometimes they'll put some money in there they'll just put, say, $50,000 in case something comes up. We don't do that. You know, it's I don't think I've got the gall to ask for that. So going on to the select board. The select board has 1.5 full-time employees. It was several years ago, we cut that down from 2. It is a very busy office. As probably most of you know, from the liquor licensing alone can be a tremendous amount of work. They do a lot of the permitting for the large events within the town, dangerous dog hearings. There is a lot that goes through that office, and you wouldn't think about it, but all the day-to-day stuff. And there's some times where it's just, especially you get around the November renewal times for the December, and it is just nonstop. Also, they do the town meeting warrants, put that together. They're the keeper of those records, and the select board meeting, which are the general business meetings of the town. They have those. So, yeah, that's another department. They've asked for more employees, but you know, that's obviously something we really haven't been doing. For the main focus over the years has been public safety and trying to bring back some of the departments that were essentially lost to nothing during after the 2014 failure of the override. So we focused on some of the cultural, which is why we have our largest for you know, what we have for the Council on Aging today, staffing wise, and since I've been here, and we've brought the library back for its funding. You know, it's libraries probably, I think I see other communities in the $600,000 to $800,000 range, and I think about 15 years ago, this community had over 800,000 back then. So. Moving on, we sort of went over this a little bit, but Plymouth County retirement contribution. So looking forward for the next five years, they're looking to be fully funded. We're hoping by 2031. They have a mandate to be fully funded by I believe it's 34 on there. So primarily what we will be looking at is 8% increases every year until we hit that. LIUNA is a separate small pension for the laborers, wastewater laborers, clerical, and and the 4 persons have, you pay an X amount of, maybe $1 or a little bit less an hour per employee, and that's a separate pension for them. That was bargained in years ago. Workers' compensation, we've been doing better with the runs on those, so less severe claims. Plus, so we had a lower mod on those. It does run based on your salaries. So, somebody a laborer is a higher cost in workers' comp than somebody clerical at a desk because of the the exposure to be injured. We also have within there police 111F, that is the injured on duty, and that's the law base behind that. So we do cover them. Also within there is McNamara funding on major injury or death of an officer. So those are the main ones which are in the workers' comp line. Town insurance, general liability, that's your buildings, your vehicle, your boards and committees. Believe it or not, that's one of our biggest costs because boards can cost towns a lot of money and can do a lot of lawsuits when things don't go correctly. So that's increasing. We had that large increase before, you can see from the FY23, with smaller increase this year of about 1%. Medical insurance, they did just vote the rates for Mayflower, that's why I wasn't here earlier, at 6.75%. I'm actually happy with that. We know that Maya's been 14.8%. The GIC from the Commonwealth is higher than that. Has been in the 10 to 12% range. Historically, we've done very well with Mayflower Municipal Health Group. In fact, some of the other communities are trying to join in. I'm happy that Upper Cape Cod Tech joined today, was officially approved to join, which will be a savings for them, which ultimately is a saving for us as one of the communities that pays into them. So that's a really great move. They're part of the Cape Cod Health Group that's having, their increase was, I think, 6.5%. But if you look at at a comparison to they were already higher on a monthly basis for their costs. So their 6.5% is compounding a lot more than ours. So unemployment, we don't budget unemployment anymore. What we do is when we have free cash, we set some funds aside for that. I just paid this month's unemployment bill, it was $3,000. Not too bad. But you can have it where it can be a $40,000, $50,000 month. We do have over $400,000 set aside, so we're not worried about it. And what we'll do is, we're not looking for a transfer at this town meeting. Probably in October, if need be, we'll seek another transfer, whether you want to put 100,000 or something into it just to keep it going. Collective bargaining, that's not in here yet, but we should probably address this as one of the budget drivers. We have 8 units up. I do not believe all 8 units will be ready for this town meeting. The guidance was for all department heads was salary increases of 2%. In this market, without giving anything away, we have funds set aside in case they come in higher than that. And so we will not have a negative impact to next year's budget between what we've got set aside and what we're budgeting. We should be good. Life insurance, small policies that the employees have coming on board, $10,000 policies. So we traditionally, I think it hits between 25,000 to 27,000, so 3,000 is fine. FICA, that's our 1.45% Medicare tax, and we've traditionally been transferring at year end for that. So you can see, while we've been jumping up a little bit over the years, I tried to put a larger jump in this to try and get ahead of it. We don't want to rely on year-end transfers. We want to bring it in with the budget line. Why it's so hard to predict is the teachers get their summer checks in June. So basically when that happens, that is a big hit to the FICA line. So we have this big boost, and until that happens, everything looks perfect and then you have that big shot at the end. So I think bringing it up to 640 makes sense. Are there any questions on benefits or? General services is we've got the main copying machine over, it's next to the select board office, plus the postage and meter. That is pretty much everything that hits through there. We do a small other purchase services, which can sometimes be within that, whether we need something special for that little office area. But besides the equipment rentals from the mail machine and the copier, really postage is your biggest cost. And we've done a slight increase on that. As postage has been going up, we're trying to, it'd be nice if we didn't have to mail as much stuff out, but we're still required on a lot of them. Sick leave bonus and some of the contracts, that's if you don't have all of your sick leave, you're allowed to carry over a certain amount and you're allowed to buy back a certain amount depending on the contracts. Try and set a cap on them. It used to be 100%, now they're down between 50 and 25% depending. And that is everything in a nutshell.
Questions? Comments?
One comment I have is years ago, we talked about the HR, and there was a lot of resistance to doing that. And my comment to Derek a long time ago was that person will pay for itself. And thankfully, we went ahead and did it. He's followed through with all of it.
I will just say I really appreciate all the work that you do to put this together and have the departments put it together in a way that's very easy to understand. It's consistent from year to year. It's easy to compare, and really appreciate the opportunity to see the department heads and their appointees, I guess, and learn more about what they do. I think if more people paid attention to this meeting right here, they would understand much better both how the town works and what constraints we're under when it comes to doing things that are important to them.
Thank you, and I appreciate all their hard work. It's obviously, we're lucky to have good department heads, and one of the things I think is important isn't just year over year expenditures, it's what we're showing here as well, is what we budgeted versus the expenditures, because you can have a time when a department's saving money. And I wanted to stop the process where if everybody thought if they didn't expend every dollar, you'd take it out of their budget the next year. That's not the way it works.
We don't punish people for doing a good job under budget and on time.
So I think that's worked out a lot better, and we have some really good employees, and I want to thank you because that's I don't know if you know it, it's National Good Samaritan Day today. I found that out this morning at the Mayflower Nelson Group, so you're doing your good deeds today by being here, so thank you. You've got it covered. I think you can go steal a candy or something now.
Just double my pay, that's all.
That's right.
We'll triple it, so.
Okay, and with that, we are 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Our next appearance is inspectional services. Would everybody like to go
downstairs?
Yeah, we can take a short break, and you want to see if you can get them to come on up?
Let's see if I can grab
All right, let's take about a 5-minute break.
Thanks, Paul. You're not really.
Okay, great. All right, we're back. And next up on our schedule today is inspectional services. If you would please state your name for the record and your title.
Sure. Paul Turner, Director of Inspectional Services.
And you passed out some information for us.
Sure.
What have you got to share today?
Just a memo of what we're responsible for, what we do, just very briefly. There's a organizational chart, and it's a copy of our budget.
And can you just, in a few words, sum up what inspectional services does?
We permit all building, plumbing, electrical, gas work in town. Inspect them,
um, deal with any zoning issues, residents' complaints, which is going really well. We have the new ticketing program has been implemented, and Miss Jenna Dean is the enforcement officer. It's going really well. So she's written close to 100 tickets. Some of the particular properties, they have up to 200 attachments that she's documenting this through. So it's a legal process, and so she has to get all this information in place, proper letters, notification how to appeal, notified you again, letter each day, ticket each day, affixed right to the property. People have a right to appeal it. If they don't appeal it, eventually it's going to be migrated onto the property tax bill. They're gonna have to deal with it
So
eventually.
we haven't quite gotten to the part where we collect money on this. Is that correct?
No,
Or are
but,
some people paying the fines?
No, we only have one person that is appealing. But the best thing about this is we finally have something with some teeth, $100 a day fine.
Right.
So we're getting results. So I don't think it's the town's business or goal to take property. They want to clean the property. So we've had, I'm gonna say 6 or 7 that she's got to the point that they've cleaned what
They really
we
cleaned it.
requested to do.
That's good.
We have some perpetual ones that will most likely go to tax title.
All right, so what about your budget? What are you asking for this year?
I'm very happy with what we asked for, what was allotted by the town administrator, and I have no issues with it at all.
And the increase in salaries, is that attributable to steps and cost of living or unique contracts?
I believe so.
Anybody have any questions about this?
Yeah, when you say ticketing, this is for somebody that's a hoarder, his whole yard, or is if I put a illegal deck on my house and the neighbor complained, you could go out and give me a ticket? I mean,
No, I would deal
I'm
with that.
I'm a little confused.
Okay,
You say
I-
ticketing,
okay.
I'm trying to put my,
The program is set up based on the housing code, mass housing code. So I go around, you put up your deck, I'm gonna write you a letter that you should apply for a permit, you should remove it. I could potentially fine you $300 a day if you don't wanna do it. But that is against you. So you could go, eventually if we went to court, you could go into the judge and say, oh, I'm gonna try my grandson's gonna come and help me pull a permit and remove it, and the judge's gonna say, okay, all set. We'll waive these fees and you go ahead and do your thing. You don't do it, but it's just, it goes on and on. The new ticketing program, using the health code, doesn't ticket the person, it tickets the property. So if the property has unregistered vehicles or the yard is full of debris and trash, it's a health issue, it's not a building issue. So they're getting a ticket for that, $100 fine per day. They're given the ability to clean it, we give them a remedy to what to do to fix it.
okay.
Some people just don't move, but we've had a half dozen people that have.
Yeah, so this is more for that person that collecting junk in his yard and health things, issues. But in town I came from, they tried to pass a bylaw, people not cutting their grass.
Yeah,
Things
it's
like
not,
that.
yeah, this isn't Florida, so no.
I think the best way to describe it, I'm sorry to interrupt, is this is the one that's impacting the lives of their neighbors. That's
Yes,
negatively impacting.
we're not looking for like, bicycles leaned against the garage or
Right,
something.
right.
This is like.
I heard ticketing, and when you think of a cop giving tickets, it could be a
It
whole
basically
number of
is. No,
things, and then there's up to.
The ticket does have a number of things that we could
Yeah.
choose from, but the building department, our part of the program is unregistered cars and debris in the yards.
It's not if you have red tulips versus yellow or something like that.
It's not an HOA thing.
Yeah.
No, these, I'm sure everyone in this room knows of 1, 2, 3, a half dozen sites we're trying to bring into compliance.
I probably had the number one worst property across the street from me, right?
Yeah. Somebody else is taking that, but Walters, please.
Interesting.
I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, sure.
So when you say your tickets don't go to the person, they go to the property, is that in a form of a lien?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And also, I mean, I don't see it reflected in this budget, but with the ADUs coming online,
Mhm.
do you feel that your budget is gonna increase significantly? Because I think once the ADUs are fully vetted and become legal in the town, I would think there's gonna be a lot more inspections.
I don't think so.
You don't?
No.
How come?
They're still regulated by dimensions on the lot, so that's one thing. Another thing is, the thought has been out there for what, 6, 7, 8 months since the governor started this last summer. People have had time to investigate, so, you know, they're thinking this little 900-foot dwelling, you know, 30, 40, 50,000. I'm saying it's probably be closer to $175,000 to $225,000. So that's a lot of money.
Mhm.
So.
And that's if your septic is already the right
And
size.
you got the
and
septic,
so
yeah, I
forth,
mean,
yeah.
that would be with all your upgrades and your connections. And the ADU law does allow, if you have a multifamily in a single family zoning district, you're allowed one ADU with that multifamily by right. But I think a lot of the investors, unless they have like a freestanding garage that they can convert, but if they started from scratch, they're not gonna invest $200,000 to have a 1-bedroom rental. And the person that wants it, and I think it's, in theory, it's a good use of it, and the rest of the country has it, is if you have a larger piece of property, you wanna put one out back, you wanna move out to it, your son, or whatever you want, or younger member gets married for start off, put it out there for rental income. It's fine. I don't see the impact. And we haven't had, I said this right along downstairs, and we haven't had, we had one application and he's withdrew it.
Yeah.
The law is in effect right now. I know we have a moratorium. I've been advised to, if someone applies for a ADU, to accept their application and move on it, because it is state law.
We, for our house, we moved my mother into it, and it's, we didn't build anything out, we already had an area, and we converted that, including doing a bathroom, we didn't do a full kitchen. And the cost on that was so much more than I would have ever thought this was existing. And it was basically carving it up and putting in a new bathroom. You know, it was astronomical, and this wasn't creating, you know, Sistine Chapel level detail or anything.
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
know.
I agree with what you're saying, because I heard from one engineer, say for a 900 square foot building, it'd be $275,000.
Yeah, that might be a little high,
So
but they're
it
up
could be a
there.
little high,
Yeah.
that was his professional opinion, so I don't see this being a
No,
major.
I really
He
don't.
didn't see it being a major issue,
Not at all.
but
I
time
think
will
it's
tell.
actually gonna help, so now if someone wants to put the ADU in the basement, so instead of sneaking it in on the weekend and putting their kid down there in an unsafe environment with no egress, now you can permit it.
Yeah.
And also permit it, do it correctly, it adds value to your property.
It might actually be doable for someone who could truly do it yourself, who could truly.
If you use your basement or the attic, but
Yeah,
again,
and
if
your
we can,
closing is part of your house.
if we can permit
Yeah.
a wing of the home, you know, like Mr. Sullivan said, it was expensive, but it's still less than a freestanding structure.
No, I don't think it's the big solution to housing that people think it is.
No, not at all.
I have a question. There's been much made about some open permits.
Mhm.
Where does that stand right now? Is there any process in place now for closing an old permit, or you just stop?
The building code does not provide me any way to close out an expired permit.
So there's absolutely nothing to be done?
No.
So I think there's some ways that we've worked with people on, you can't get rid of that permit, but you can, if they're putting something new in or something.
Yeah, you
like
could
that.
You bootstrap something else in?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, and there
Say
was.
like, you know, a water heater, we had an issue with an 8-year-old water heater, that's at the end of its life cycle, basically, so you could remove that and put in a new one, but that permit of the one that was put in unpermitted, it's gonna remain a record of something that was done and not permitted, or was permitted and not inspected. It just
Because
remains
you
a
can't-
record, you can't expunge it.
You can't go back and get it inspected after the fact.
It's 8 years old, so the plumbing code doesn't allow you to inspect old work. And it's well defined with a building permit. You issue it, you have 6 months to start it, you can work on it, if you work on it diligently, it can go on forever. But once you know, if someone says, oh, I've been working on my half bath that I added for 7 years, I don't think so. But we don't sit and say, oh, 6 months, it's expired. So 6 months, you could work on it. We had another 6 months for it to be abandoned. Someone comes in and the permit's 12 months old, we're gonna go look at it. They come in, we have requests. The reason I stopped this is a true story. I won't even say the street. One person right here, over the course of 25 years, had 22 open permits on the property. Large additions, roofs, all the extensive kitchen was remodeled twice. 22 permits. Guy right down the street, I just went down the road, look at this guy. He pulled 25 permits in the same period of time. Every single one of them inspected and closed out. Why should this guy, oh, let's go into the town hall, we're gonna cash out, we're gonna move to Florida. Let's clean up all these open permits. Why have a building department?
I guess the issue that I see is that people have contractors who they hire in good faith, and the contractors don't do something that the owner didn't even know needed to be done.
But again, if you're at that point in life that you have the means, the ability to own a piece of property, then you gotta be smart enough that you're getting into a contract, either verbally, implied, or written. And you can check it out, and especially in today's age, just a quick Google search, what's required? Permits. Should they be
I'm one
closed
of
out?
those stupid people, because I have.
No, I'm not saying anyone's stupid, but also.
I'm very educated. I've owned many properties. This is the first time this issue has ever come up. And I had heating systems installed, heating units installed, permits were pulled, they were never closed, and it's been 3 years. There's nothing for me to do.
No.
Until in 20 years when the heating system dies again.
But also, if you look at it realistically, if I went to go buy your house, the heating system was 3 years old and wasn't inspected, and I had a professional home inspector looked at it, why would I not purchase your home?
Well, and that's
Why
not-
would that hold up the sale
If
of
it
your
doesn't
home?
hold up the sale, I don't care.
It doesn't hold up the
But
sale.
if the bank holds up the sale, then yes, I have a problem. I'm not that I'm planning on
In
selling
my-
my house.
Yeah, so.
No, it just seems like every problem should have a solution, and it bothers me that there's not a solution.
That example I just gave you of the person with 25 closed permits and 25 open. It's not fair to this guy, not fair to all these inspectors.
I get that.
So what happens, we have open plumbing permits, hundreds of them. So they take the permit, they get the rough permit done, rough inspection. You come downstairs, you're happy, you got hot water, and you're patting the guy on the back. You're so happy, how much I owe you, $1,000, you pay him. Plumber's like, okay, good. I don't have to spend 3 hours the next day waiting for the plumbing inspector to come to test the temperature of the water and close out the permit. Off to the next job. That's
No.
what goes on.
Well, I just think it's leaving a lot of people in sort of a limbo.
trying to
that
get
we
it out there
We
that
would
they-
like to be able to fix. We would like to be able to fix it.
I can't override the building code.
I understood. I still think it's a problem that should have a solution.
Has the town come into a situation where someone can't purchase a property because
sell.
of an open permit?
Yes. Cape Cod,
So
for
there's-
some reason Cape Cod 5 got real cranky out of the blue and started to stop that.
So what's our solution to that? We prevent sales from happening?
I don't prevent anyone's house from not being sold. It's the homeowner and the contract, again, with the contractor. Have nothing to do with it. We issue the permits. We do not. If I issue a permit to you, I do not knock on your door 3 years later or 6 months later.
Right.
Have you got your inspection?
No, and I
not
wouldn't
our job
expect
to
you
do.
to, but I guess we're just at the mercy of contractors if we're not builders ourselves. We don't necessarily.
I understand,
know
but
these
I
things.
can't arbitrarily close one out. Perhaps, someone comes in, oh, my heating system is 3 years old. Do you mind closing this out, Mr. Turner? And I just, oh yeah, it's gotta be fine. I close it out. I find out later that you're in litigation. Or the contractor never got paid. He doesn't want to close out. He's chasing you.
Not the
It could-
situation.
I understand that,
No.
but I don't know that. I don't know that, and it's not my right.
So what has happened when this issue comes up?
They close, they go to another bank.
To another bank.
It's, when times are great, banks don't care.
Yeah.
When times get tighter, banks will shrink because they don't want to lend as much. So that's gonna be, that was, Cape Cod 5 doesn't want to lend on there, then they lose out on a good market. So.
I hate to say this, I'll get in trouble, but it's all based on lawyers, sorry.
So, but yeah, we've also, I know when people have pulled and had permits that were signed off on that were in the systems, they've been updated.
Yeah.
If they can,
So if the contractor could show that they actually did.
Sure,
get
so
signed-
the building card or a sticker on the gas piping or the furnace. We also have organized the records all the way back to 2000, all the paper ones. We'll go back and see if it was written on a note or in a notebook by chance and just not put in the computer. So it's not, we don't arbitrarily just say no. I try to work with the people.
Unfortunately, when most jobs are done, most of us take the cards or whatever that's on the building or whatever, look at them, smile and throw them away.
Yeah.
And that's what you need.
Thank you. Anything
I
else?
would
Thank you.
know card
Enjoy the
is
rest
from
of your day.
from when we did the stuff for my mom's place.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
So that gets us to the sewer,
Yes,
but
gotcha.
we are way ahead.
How far ahead are we?
Well, we got him down as 2:30.
Okay, yeah, I know, cause he had an earlier 1 o'clock meeting on there.
Yeah, Sandy said there was a meeting at 1
So we
o'clock.
got sewer and then police is all that we have left.
Police, all right, so I think that's probably a little early for bringing Walter over. Okay, I will shoot Scott a quick note.
Just see
to
where
let
we
him
are.
know.
We took a break.
I want you to be able to speak to him. I do have his documents for him here since he was gonna be running, but I think it's important, especially he's a newer department head. We're very, very happy with the direction, what he's been doing for the plant, but I think it'd be really important for you folks to speak to him directly, so. Yeah, I apologize on my time. I'd love to bloviate and give you more things about administration.
That's fine. Let's go ahead and mute for the moment while we work on this. All right. And next up on our schedule is the Water Pollution Control Facility. If you would please state your name and title for the record.
Scott Gray Hansel, Water Pollution Control Director.
So we are talking about the fiscal '26 budget proposal. But could you start with just sort of how things are going on the money that we've already spent on the upgrades to the system?
The previous upgrades
from years past or the current one going on?
The one that's going on now.
Yeah, the current project going on right now, which is a $36 million project, is going very well, and they're currently ahead of schedule. Things that could set them back at any point are delivery of some of the products that are being delivered, and then re-engineering of some of the things as they go. But currently, based on conversation with the contractor, things are ahead of schedule and well on budget.
Great.
So we don't expect any tariff impacts or anything like that?
I don't expect that.
Everything's already ordered.
Right, we should be, we're trying to make accommodations to the plan as it was previously designed to actually see if we can save money here and there, so.
Great. All right, so tell us about what's going on budget-wise.
Budget-wise, we're actually on budget. Although I was looking at the yesterday, it was something that indicated it was starting to exceed budget, but I think it's because when we go to the line items where the larger, when we run the budget, there was some inputs that hadn't been put into in there before. So there's a lot of zeros that had things taken away, but there's actually a significant amount of money that's in those that just weren't put into it.
Yeah, it's bottom line budget.
But yeah, line by line, we're actually doing exceptionally well. We are starting to actually get close to budget on personnel and salaries at this point, which is actually a good thing.
So you're able to hire the people you need.
Yes, we've been actually very successful this year in staffing. So that's been a major, increase hit to the budget, so to speak. But we're well within budget expectations for the end of the year.
So those are ones that we've planned for, but we're actually starting to hire and retain.
Yeah.
To stop the turnover, which is something that we had an issue with in the past.
And that has been helped by raising slightly what?
Yeah,
you were able to pay.
we negotiated the contracts, there's, Scott has revamped a few things, I think, in planning on how we're hiring and the types of positions we need, and and I think that's really helped out too. It's, some of them, you need people that can do certain jobs, as Scott pointed out to me, not people that hold certain pieces of paper. And I thought that made a lot of sense to me. And you'll see, we're promoting a lot from within as well. That's from all of our departments, which I think is something that I'll tell you in the past we'd never seen before, but now we have clerical people moving up to assistant directors, and I think that's fantastic. So there's opportunity. So sorry to talk over you, Scott.
No, I
on that,
appreciate
but
it.
I think you're being a little too modest on some of the things.
I think Scott's ability to change the environment at the water pollution control facility is a major piece of it as well. Thank you.
Very, very excited about the way things are going there, so we take an opportunity to just thank the team that's working there. They do it all, I just sit in the back and.
So, and it's been the finance committee select board approved the contracts that we brought forward that, and that's a big help. We have the support of the, finance committee, select board and the town meeting vote and get it through.
All right, so fiscal year 26, what are you looking at?
So you can see a slight uptick in quite a few things. Electricity, I left alone. Do you want to go line by line or?
Whatever you think is important for us to know.
Well, you see the increase in salaries, $240,000 increase in the salaries. That's to account for additional people. And again, we continue to be under budget even with the staff at the old rates, but we are bringing on more people. So over the course of an entire year, I don't know how that's going to look, but calculated out, that's the expectation for the salaries. And that includes overtime, because with more people, there's going to be more overtime and people on call. Also, we were able to cut into some of the outside contractor costs because of the amount of people we brought on. So if I could hit that one, we brought that one down $350,000. So in terms of being able to pay people at the plant that are there all the time and more familiar with the plant versus calling outside contractors in at prevailing wage rates and everything else to get specific jobs done when it's an emergency. We were able to actually curtail emergencies.
If you remember one of the previous town meetings, we purchased blowers, which, those something Scott pointed out that we're paying X amount for these blower
Right.
rentals, and that's been a huge benefit,
Saving.
so.
Yeah, so with those new blowers, we're able to actually rotate them and maintain them to keep them operating longer and more steady. So I don't know if you really want me to go line by line, but I'm just trying to hit the top things. We've actually brought down some of the chemical costs because we found that operating the plant more efficiently, we're using actually less chemicals. In fact, the way we're doing our addition of a specific chemical to add alkalinity to the plant, we're saving $100,000 a year, and just alone by. Unfortunately, we're mainly adding it by bags, but it's actually saving money and it's working perfectly well. Let's see. I added money to the repair and maintenance of buildings because we're actually, with the staff we have, we're actually able to maintain and repair some of the things. So if you went to the plant now, you'd walk through a lot of hallways that are painted, floors painted, railings. The things you're supposed to be doing at a wastewater plant to upkeep it are now being done. Let's see. I did maintain the data processing and other fees though. Most of the line items had stayed, but I was able to flip again. The big things that changed for this year are the differences in salaries versus outside contractors. There's an offset that'll be a real long-term gain.
Scott, data processing is the SCADA system mostly? Can you just describe what the SCADA system is?
Yeah, the SCADA system actually is is the brains of the plant, operates the entire plant, and we can actually log on to it from our phones and from laptops to see how the plant is doing remotely without actually having to come in. So if we get an alarm, sometimes we can just log on and take a look and be like, okay, it doesn't need to be addressed immediately. It can wait till morning versus sending a crew in to address it right away to just turn a break or whatever it might be. So we can actually determine what's a true emergency at the plant itself or not. It also oversees and calls out when there is an emergency at the 45 lift stations that we have.
And it looks like, based on this year's revenue, projected revenue, I guess, should cover the budget you've got for next year as well.
Yeah, another thing that happened this year, last June, is just before the end of the last fiscal year, is we lifted the moratorium on adding flow to the sewer system. So that is actually a net gain. So other than adding piping to the sewer system, getting flow to the existing piping actually is a net gain. In other words, building the plant back in 1975, then adding all the piping to get all the sewage to the plant. Every drop that hits it now is an infinitesimally small tax on the plant itself.
Mm-hmm.
So treating 900,000 gallons a day to 1 million gallons a day
doesn't really cost us more.
It costs a small amount more in electricity, a small amount more in chemical, and very little with additional labor.
But you're getting additional EDUs to pay
The
for it.
EDUs are important right now because the more EDUs we get in the door, then the more we'll be able to keep the EDUs at the current rate. So the goal is to try to maintain or increase revenue and not add to the EDU cost. Because right now the cost is actually pretty decent. An annual cost for a house is pretty decent as far as sewage goes, anywhere else in the state. And I know it's a set fee for each EDU, and we are evaluating that. That's gonna be an ongoing process. And it's not an easy solution. But there are solutions, so we are looking at them. And we will come to one, but it might take some time.
Is there, what's the breaking point for the plant, how much it can handle sewage?
So we're permitted for 1.56 million gallons a day.
Yeah.
The system itself can actually maintain 2 million gallons a day. Last December 18th, in a 24-hour period, we received 3 million gallons. And we utilized some of the previous capital improvements that were done there, the EQ tanks, the equalization is what they're called. So we have one tank that everything goes into and gets pumped out of all day at a set rate. If that gets full or too full, it goes into the next tank, which is 1 million gallons. And then if it goes too much beyond that, it goes to the next tank, another 1 million gallons. Now we have 2 additional tanks that are 500,000 gallons apiece, so we do have another 1 million gallons. So when we got all that flow last December 18th, and I had only been here 2 months, and it scared the death out of me.
2023.
Yeah.
2023, yeah. So it was, that was something, but everything worked. The plant didn't actually even know it happened, and over the next month, we pumped it all through. We were able to get it all through without going over the permit for daily output, because it's really an output. How much the plant takes in, it doesn't matter as much, but we can only put out 1.56 a day.
Cause I look at, there's another new proposed development up, another 220 units between the two of them, and where else is down the road, who knows? I just didn't know if there was a.
Yeah,
as far as output goes, I understand that, but you gotta have holding tanks to.
Well, we have, so we can get through that much without going into the holding tanks in a day. We can actually set the system up to do it and do it steadily. So the trick to the system currently is to keep the flow every minute of every day at the same rate.
Consistent.
And that's how we were able to set the chemical feed up to be at a certain feed versus the way it was before. All the flow would come through between the time of say 6 a.m. and 11 p.m. And then over the course of the night, there were hours in the night where very little came through the system to the point that we would lose plant water. And now the system receives, it doesn't know if it's day or night. As far as the system's concerned, it doesn't know what time of day it is or how much flow is coming into the plant. It only knows what's going through it. And that's how we're able to set the whole system up to run a lot more efficiently. So we're not over aerating, we're not under aerating, we're not putting too much chemical in, and we're not putting too little. We're actually able to set it very nicely. So that's what's been able to help us save a lot. And then we have actually started receiving septage again. So we've set ourselves up and we have an internal cap of 50,000 gallons a day. We do allow it to go over, we hit 55 one day. But over, in terms of gallonage coming into the plant, 55,000 gallons, it doesn't know it happened. I can tell you.
So that increases the revenue then, again.
Correct, yeah, so we're gonna take in at least $500,000 in septage this year. We started it last year, so we're gonna be pretty much right on that mark for this year, and we expect the same next year.
Yeah, what's your secret for keeping electrical bill the same?
Using less electricity.
Yeah, a lot of it.
It's the only way.
It's a big number to begin with, how?
Well, to be honest, I left the number there, but we're probably at about 2/3 of that by the end of the budget run. I'm leaving it there because I know the cost is gonna go up. And as much as I can't tell you how much the electricity is gonna go up, the gas did go up. So we did see a big bump in the gas, but we were able to cover it within the budget. And we have the flexibility with other utilities. So as much as I can't tell you what each utility is gonna drive every single year, the electricity set year to year has always been high, and I left it there because it seems to work. And the only thing I had to go on when I first got here was looking historically back at what the budgets were and how it fit, and then how much we were under, over. Everything seemed to work pretty well, and I left a little bit of the room because again, utility costs can go up without warning. And I know it hurts any individual, it certainly would hurt a set budget.
Other questions?
This may or may not be stupid, but why is it all zeros for sick days, personal days, vacation, is that?
Because that's all within your regular salary.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, the annual salary is based on them working the entire 2,000 something hours.
2,080
a year.
hours.
Okay, gotcha.
Scott, the revenue is based on so much per EDU count. Is this revenue, is there any price increase per EDU anticipated?
So currently, no. When we get here next year, we may have a different discussion, but currently, no. I have to evaluate how many new EDUs are coming into the system over the course of this year, and we do have quite a few expected. So I need to know what that offsets with how much we take in for septage and other factors to determine whether or not we need to do anything with EDUs.
I mean, the septage, I mean, that's a lot of money. I'm just thinking some way of building up retained earnings, so you have some I don't wanna say extra money, but some money in the bank to fall back on in case you get another project or something that larger needs to be done.
Well, yeah, I mean, trying to work with the annual budget to have retained earnings at the end of it. Scheduling it in, I don't think is an option.
And I need to update these. I'm gonna give you new copies of these before you leave today because I was making the copies for Scott. I've got one that's something got in there that's not right, but it's basically the same stuff. Still has the foreign capital in there. That was my fault. I thought I could make copies, so. So I will adjust that and give you a packet, and what I'd just say is then just discard the other one so we're not confusing. Am I done confusing the situation?
You did all right.
So,
Okay, any other? There's upgrades coming, but what have we done? What does the plant need after what we're going through this major upgrade?
A lot of it has to do with engineering and trying to expand our permit. So currently, again, the plant itself, as it sits, and with the upgrades going on, we'll be able to carry on with the capacity that it can handle at 2 million gallons a day. We're only permitted 1.56. So what we really need to do is focus on expanding the permit with the existing outfall to 2 million gallons a day. And then based on that, being able to expand the permit by adding the EDUs, expand the plant by adding more users to the system, driving the revenue to then we're going to have to seek a new outfall in the next 20 years to drive the amount of permitted flow and engineered flow. Probably by the time I leave here, somewhere around 3.5 million gallons a day, maybe 4. So, those are the things we're starting to plan for, and how we get there is to try to put, rather than designing a way to do something without having a way to pay for it, is having a way to pay for something that we can design into.
and how do you do that?
The focus is to, again, expand on what we have currently, because like I just said, getting the flow to the system is expensive. But having the existing infrastructure and adding users within reach of the infrastructure to gain the EDUs and getting the flow to the plant, the actual gallons going through it are the overall cost to treat the water. To the design specs and the permit specs, it's not that much more expensive per gallon. It doesn't drive the cost up.
You're talking about basically taking everybody who's on septic now and putting them on the sewer? Is that what the expansion would be? the expanded need.
Yeah, I mean, in gross terms, yes, but I think there's some remote areas of town that might end up with different solutions.
Oh, I just thought, oh, there it is, I. That's an ongoing program you just keep doing.
Yeah, nonstop, we call it seek and destroy, so we send
Yeah.
a camera out and we look for leaks, and when we find it, we are lucky enough to have a person working with us at the plant, as another team member that lives in town, and by God, for the last 20 years, all he's been doing is fixing broken catch basins and broken pipes, and he knows how to use the technology. He's done a couple manholes for us and they came out beautiful. You'd think we had a third-party contractor come in at a couple $1,000s per manhole, and he does them with it. We can do them in-house,
That's amazing.
and we're very lucky to have him.
The camera work do you do in-house too?
Yeah,
You do.
yeah.
Good for you.
So that's something I'll be looking to at some point come to Springtown meeting to ask for money from our budget to purchase a new camera truck, because the one we have is basically a camera system that's been built inside of a rehab ambulance that is, it's really given us trouble lately.
Maybe a couple of Gatra vans could.
It caught on fire not 3 months ago, and then recently just died
Tape them
altogether.
together.
So it's something that we need. It's not a nice tool to have, it's a necessity. So when people call, like, geez, my toilet's backing up, my house is backing up. We run out there with a camera truck and we send it down the line and we're like, sorry, everything's flowing great here. Everything looks great in the street. And, as far as we can do, we can look up to their lateral, but that's about it. Now, unfortunately, it becomes an issue with roots growing into the line or something else going on. In one case, the line was broken with roots growing into it, but it actually separated. So to remind people, we do have a root kill program, apparently. There's a ton of root kill at the plant that we hand out when people come in.
Really?
I didn't know about it either, but I was
Yeah,
wondering
I've
what
never
all that
heard
root
that
kill was
before,
doing.
yeah.
Yeah, no, there is one. If you have roots in your thing, we'll give you the stuff. You just put it down the toilet. I don't know how it works, but we have a ton of it.
You don't wanna know.
Huh?
You don't wanna know.
I have a couple ideas of how it does it, but
Do you have a projected cost? I know it's kind of hard to say what you expect the cost to be when we have to get up that $3.5 to $4 million.
Gallons.
Gallons, sorry.
do you want to give a scary number? Or?
No,
Realistic.
I'm asking because of capital planning, we need to have something as well.
Well, I mean, over the next 20 years, I think
Next 5 and 10
look
years.
to just upgrade a few things at the plant. With the current economic climate, it's $36 million for, you're getting a new headworks, building rehab on that, a new vehicle storage building, 2 new clarifiers that are replacing the 3 clarifiers that are there and adding 500,000 gallons of capacity to that. We're also getting a sodium hydroxide building, which adds pH and alkalinity to the plant. We were using the soda ash before, which apparently was very expensive, and we're doing it in bags now. That's how we're saving $100,000 a year, which is kind of shocking. But
Very intuitive.
yeah, so the sodium hydroxide hopefully will keep the costs low or at least in budget. But I mean, you got to sewer significant portions of rural areas. Some of the areas, like in Onset, are fairly inexpensive, but that still comes at a cost. But some of these more rural areas, it's gonna be costly.
Yeah.
My guess is by the time we get there in 20 years, it's gonna be closer to $750,000, $750 million. I mean, close to $1 billion. And I don't think I'm over exaggerating. Net present value on some of the things that are already installed, it's easily, you're sitting on $1.5 billion worth of infrastructure that's in place currently. Under net present value, it was probably installed for $200 million back in 1975.
When we did Onset originally, those pipes, most of them, because of the way they're made, if you have to dig in and, you know, do any inspection, they just collapse because of the materials. Do we have any program or anything listed for replacing most of the pipes in Onset?
I wasn't aware of that. I know
They do break easy,
yeah, there are some clay pipe down there.
a lot of clay pipes.
I don't know that there's any program in place currently. I haven't had the fun experience of having that happen yet.
You're lucky.
Yeah, so I expect it now though. Thank you.
Add that to your to-do list.
What happens a lot of times is someone will go in and dig something up.
Oh.
And what will happen is the pipe will break, and as they dig more, the pipe keeps breaking and breaking. It is a real problem in Onset, in particular, that's the oldest piece we have.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't aware of that. I'm not aware of any of those kind of issues.
Check with the wife, she'll tell you.
Yeah.
Sounds like the kiss of death will probably happen next week now.
I know, for God's sake, can you stop? Can you just stop?
That's what my wife says every day.
I see.
All right, anything else?
Thank you. Thank you for what you've done
Yeah,
for the
yeah,
flag.
you-
Yeah,
Did a great job.
thank you.
Yes. Trade you.
You want to do the assignment?
I always do. Understood the assignment.
I'll take the one back from Alan, but he'll be cranky about it.
Yeah.
I'll sneak it out.
And then these
We
are a
don't want to
couple.
get back to boring that we figure still owes one.
These are the extras for the.
Oh, you know what, here's an extra.
Yeah,
to
excellent.
trade out.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate
All right, thank you, Scott.
it. Let me see if I can locate the chief real
Keep
quick.
up the good work.
Thanks, yeah. Happy to do it.
So we are,
Have a good one.
Thank you.
we're
Thank you.
waiting for the chief of police to arrive. We are half an hour ahead. I do have some less than 24-hour business actually that we could go ahead and take care of right now. Couple of things. One is, and these both are things that came in yesterday. My plan is to have the schools and hopefully also Upper Cape Tech appear at the March 26th meeting. Just want to get that up on the calendar for you. That's Wednesday, March 26th.
Okay, that's 2 weeks.
In 2
I'm
weeks.
trying to figure out the calendar.
Yes, that's in 2 weeks.
Are we meeting next week?
We are meeting next week, and we have the town bylaws will be a big chunk of the meeting next week. But we also have the citizens petition on road dentist side, and just the routine matters that are on the warrant. The special warrant doesn't close till April 1st, but I'm trying to make sure I know what, within reason, what to expect, and we will be looking at some of the things that are on the special warrant before that date. The second thing that came up yesterday, though, is there's a CPC request for, I think it's $1.2 million to buy a piece of property, and this is the Wareham Land Trust. They have offered to take us on a walking tour of the property if we want to go. They're going to do a series of these with different people, but they would be willing to do one specifically for finance if we want to do it as a group. I wanted to put that out there. I definitely plan to participate in something because I would like to see the place myself. It's 19 acres. I think I'll cremise it. Is there any interest in doing that?
For me, no, only because the property value is like 400,000.
Let's not get into that right now, but
For
this
me,
is
no.
strictly about the walking tour. We'll definitely get into that, I'm sure, eventually. Is anyone else interested in walking the property? Heidi? Maybe not.
Maybe not. Is
Okay.
it flat?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's
Because I
wooded,
would say
it's
probably
wooded,
not.
but I don't know. We can coordinate.
Okay.
I'll get back in touch with Nancy and we'll see if there's a good time
All
to do
right.
that. All right. So that's all I have. I guess we're now waiting for the chief of police, so let's go turn off our sound for the moment and we'll come back in a few minutes. Police Department, and we have I'm gonna ask you to introduce yourself for the record. We all know who you are, but we're on TV, and state your position.
My name is Walter Correa Jr. I am the Chief of Police for the town of Wareham Police Department.
All right, and you have with you?
Linda Rush, Administrative Assistant to the Chief.
You look very familiar.
Thanks. I've been here a little bit.
Back in the building. All
Yes.
right, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, we're passing around this information now, and
A couple extras.
if you could just start with what you want us to know.
Okay. So, regarding this year's, request versus the, admin, I feel that, town administrator, have to make some, adjustments, but it's nothing that we can't handle. We have a few big ticket items. We are in a agreement with Central Square regarding our IMC software. We're in the transition of building the table files, and we're getting ready for the migration to the next version of our current records and dispatch management software. We started with IMC March 1st, 1999. So it's high time that we start upgrading the software. The good news is we're starting the migration of part of this soon, and virtually we're going to get 26 years of data that we have in our computer systems brought into the new version of the software, and it's going to take the department and the town steps forward. And this is under computer maintenance. That would be the $83,548. That's one of our biggest expenses. Of course, gasoline, $135,000, and then electricity. Salaries is gone up. Not, I think the percentage, it's not drastically higher than any other year, progressive.
What do you attribute the increase to, the increase in salaries?
Yeah, and part of that, I think, is good news, because we have 4 additional new offices to the department, 4 additional much-needed offices to the department. And we certainly in a better place than we have been in a long time. And that's, hopefully, that's gonna lower our overtime by having more bodies.
Are you what you would consider fully staffed?
No.
How far are you from being fully staffed?
Since the town administrator stepped out of the room. Now
you can be on this.
I timed it that way.
Timing is everything.
Thank you. Put my foot against the door, we'll leave him out there for a while.
We are getting much closer. When I first started as chief, my estimate was we needed 10 officers to make a dent in the public safety here in this town. 10 additional officers. We're probably 6 away from that. We're heading in the right direction for the first time. And I've been around here 30 years, and we've always been behind the curve, but we have, and there's a lot of good things that have happened, but we are making progress with personnel.
So I think this is like the sewer department, and that's not, don't take it the wrong way. Not staff. Where we're actually beginning to retain people, not having the loss, and when we're having somebody go out on a long term, it's not as detrimental. I think you're seeing in here the OT trying to bring into line to actual OT costs and the salaries, so it's some good stuff going on. I don't want people to think willy-nilly, we're bringing 5-6 people on top of what we've already budgeted, otherwise you would have seen a much bigger variance on the regular salaries.
Right. And why don't you just explain for anyone who might be watching or might watch this later, the importance of the computer migration. Obviously, it's very long overdue, but what does that do for you?
So the benefit is think about the data for 26 years of data reports that we've put in. When you switch over to a new system, you want to bring over as much data into the new system, whoever the vendor is. And sometimes we're in a fortunate situation because the original IMC product that we purchased back in '99 happens to be the same vendor that we're switching over to. So they're going to be well versed, probably more versed in a lot of respects than some of the other vendors out there of getting our data over. So that's key.
And what do you do with that data? That's the question.
going-
Why do you need to have that?
Well, because it gives us the historical, whatever we've done in the past, information that's been in there, we're gonna have, still have that.
Prior arrests, prior
Everything,
convictions,
arrests,
records, and
yep.
all kinds of things.
Incident reports, anything.
Which could be important in
Down
investigating
the-
new situations.
Yes.
Safety for the officers too, they know what they're getting into at
Correct.
that location.
Correct.
And as we're having newer ones on, we have some historically that could tell you everything that's ever happened in a house, but newer
But
ones
it's-
especially, that helps out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Information is power.
Yes, and there's some other benefits, the newer technology, higher speed, equipment. And one of the best things about this is, the central square is going to, essentially, monitor, keep the computer system up and running, 24/7.
So it's a maintenance program.
Yes, with critical backups of the information, yes.
What else do we need to know? Questions?
So the police department, as you can see from the expenses, they are in charge of paying for most of the stuff on their own building. So that's why you see a lot of the expenses built into there. They have a large fleet of vehicles. So we probably should delete that, but I think there's some of the unmarks listed in there. So we don't wanna give that to the finance committee.
Now the whole world knows.
We'll just pull that out for a report,
Well,
please.
there are no license plate numbers, so it'd be hard to
No,
read all these
yeah.
names.
And that's another plus that I wanna mention too, because we're at about 28, 29 total vehicles. And I have to say and give credit to Lieutenant John Gerard, who's brought this department up to where we need to be cruiser-wise. This is probably the best in terms of cruisers that we've had. And I've said this before, but it's even better now. So we're in very good shape. I feel that the officers are in safe, secure vehicles. And I think that our move from Ford to the Chevy Tahoes for a lot of cruisers has been a windfall for us, for the town, for safety, number one. Maintenance, number two, seems to have come down compared to the Fords. So you might see a few, I believe there's might be there's probably 6 Fords that are currently still online. But what we do is, as the new vehicles come in, we take the Fords off. And some of those, I think we have one of the Explorers, 138,000 miles on it. So it's got its, we've got our money out of it.
I was shocked, Chief, by how efficient the Tahoes were, fuel efficient.
Yes.
And you're getting for a bigger, safer vehicle,
Yes.
the same, if not better efficiency than the Explorers.
Yes, and the maintenance is lower too, which is very positive. Yeah.
So when you take these offline, do they get sold somewhere?
So we usually, sometimes they'll end up over at municipal maintenance. We'll put them over there.
Reused another way.
Other ways, anything that is usable vehicle-wise, we might have a couple cars that we can pick parts for the remaining Ford Explorers that we have. Yeah.
I'm happy to see that we have no more Dodge Chargers. Those were some disasters.
Yes, I would agree with you. Yes.
It's good to see how well we've been able to really to take the vehicle fleet and bring it up to a fairly new standard. Because it was always a real problem. We were running vehicles with 200,000 miles, et cetera.
Correct.
Just wasn't good enough. And the Chevy Tahoes have been a really nice change for everybody.
Yes.
Really appreciate it. One quick question, Walter, I apologize. On the overtime, does that include off-duty as well when they go and do traffic stuff, which gets paid both ways? Or is that
You're talking
overtime?
about details?
Details.
That's details separate.
So it's not in here at all?
No.
I just wanna know what the overtime with anything
Yeah.
else in. So my question then is, if the overtime runs a fairly good percentage compared to the regular salaries, are we better off to try and hire more people?
I would, yes, that would be my
So I
suggestion.
get points for that for you, right?
Yes.
I'll give you the offset on the health and benefits and stuff like that. But
Next time you throw me under the bus to
Yeah.
go to the Board of Selectmen, remember that.
you must already have his license plate number, so.
Yeah, how many tickets have you gotten out of?
Red Civic outside.
Many tickets, my picture of my car is up on the wall, it says, do not bother this person.
Anything else?
Curious about your calls. I mean, we've had a couple new big, good-sized developments, more coming, and I know he's got 4 more offices. Has your call responses gone way up, way down? Because that would justify more offices on the street.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and
trying to get my points.
Your car is safe. No.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't drive in town.
No, quite honestly, with the addition of the new, I said it last year, I was very concerned and still very concerned with all the building that's going on. I have to say that there has been an uptick in costs for service, obviously, especially when the summer, when the summer folks get here. But there is an uptick in calls for service. Some of the new locations already I've been tracking. Nothing crazy, which is good, and it might have to do with the time of the year, but we're rolling into the summertime. So
Like I told the EMS, I have a scanner. I don't listen to it all year except for I listen to it in the summertime, July and August, and to listen to it, it just lights up. There's not a downtime to the day, basically. And I'm just thinking, we're in a good time of the year now for everybody.
Yes.
But summer's hopefully not that far away.
Yes.
But yeah, it's to me that the EMS too. Same thing. I mean, their calls are going up, and your certainly workload's going to go up.
Yeah. Yes.
At some point, it's be addressed.
And what we've lost is essentially, it was one of the unintended consequences of the Police Reform Act was the seasonal officers.
Right. Oh, I understand that. Yeah.
And this in fact, this is the fourth summer that we haven't had summer specials. Now, we've tried to have sector officers that are bike trained, or they park, walk and talk
Mhm.
You know, we do that in the summertime to help show some visibility. And we're looking at it at the possibility of something different this coming summer with a pilot program for the mainly for the 4 to 12 shift, because we've had a couple 4 to 12 shift where we have some shifts that we might have an extra officer or 2 extra officers a few times. Granted, vacations and stuff like that are gonna come up. But we're gonna try to proactively deal with some problems that come up all, you know,
That you can
over town.
anticipate.
Yes, and we can put some assistance in those areas to help. And I gotta be honest that the men and women of Wareham Police Department, they work. They're pushing, there are a lot of motor vehicle stops lately. And you know, I'm proud to say, you know, we're not where we need to be personnel wise, and we're getting there. But at the same time, the officers, men and women, are pushing and providing public safety for this community the best way we can.
I think we've got a nice mix of seasoned veterans and some new people coming on board. It's been a good mix.
Yes.
Talking on that note, this is not really right now. Traffic cams, would you support those?
Absolutely, I would. Yeah.
That's something I know Cranberry Highway, I mean, only because I've almost been T-boned 3 times in the last 6 months out there where I've had to take evasive action. It's a nightmare.
Absolutely.
And that's a state road, I understand that. I don't think.
Yeah, there would be some, you know.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. It's a nightmare out there some days.
Correct.
You know, it's funny, Facebook people complain they don't see enough officers doing traffic stops, and then the other day, I guess you were up by Stop and Shop.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that was all over Facebook too, saying, oh, the cops are everywhere up here. I'm saying, you complain when they're not there, now you're complaining because they're there.
Listen,
What is this Facebook thing you're talking about?
I was at.
Oh, I didn't, my wife read it to me.
I was at Planet Fitness. I go to the Planet Fitness gym, and you too. I was figuring out how I was gonna get home. They were stopping so many vehicles. I didn't want them to stop.
I will say, I've noticed more vehicles like at the Weird Depot, Spot, and a couple of other places. And as a person who doesn't purposefully break the law, it's always good to see someone there, and just take your foot off the gas a little bit, slow down just a little bit.
Yeah.
It could prevent something really bad.
Yeah, and then, you know, obviously there are times on any given shift where you might not see that many officers, but it might not mean that, you know, it might mean that there's something else going on.
Right.
When the officers, when they're not running to calls, they're out being proactive and trying to make the roads safer.
I just want to make a comment. Some years ago, we looked into the police versus Brockton, New Bedford, and Wareham. Took the population base and took the number of responses they did. And Wareham was exactly percentage-wise to those 2 communities. That gives you an idea how busy this particular police department is. I think if you took all the communities around us and added them together, they still would be busier.
Exactly, and I always use, yes, and I remember that as well. And I always use this example. Plymouth, you know, has 120 officers. We're at 45 sworn right now, and I'll bet you we match them in calls and look at the area that they have.
60,000 people in the town.
But the thing is too, it's like you were saying, Wareham is made up of a lot of smaller communities within it, and it's very spread out.
That's right.
You almost want to give the main statement where you can't get there from here. It's not easy, so.
Yeah.
I think I did once, so I was with Dave Menard on a snow plowing doing so, and when we reached 70 miles and we were 4 hours in on the snow plow route, I said, drop me off. So.
Anything else?
Just thank you, Walter, for what they all do.
Oh,
Stay safe.
And I know, you know, always, I've always come here and always feel like there's support. And not only from the administration, but everybody else, including you guys as well.
We appreciate what you do. And we want you to have the right resources.
I appreciate you saying
that.
Keep in mind, you did leave the room for a minute.
I heard a big laugh, I was
At
like,
your
oh
own
no.
risk.
People watching the TV later.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, with that, I believe that we are, let me just say, we do have a meeting next Wednesday. On the calendar, we have meetings all the way through mid-April, whereupon we will have to have the report ready to go. But I may try to get us 1 week off somewhere in there. So I'm busy working on getting everything scheduled. But next week we do meet on Wednesday, our usual time, usual place, 6:30, this room. Look forward to seeing all of you.
What's the rumor on the special? Is it gonna be a big warrant or?
There'll be some items on it,
things.
there'll be some of the typical, and I think a couple of the zoning articles. that
Nothing
we-
crazy.
But don't,
You never
knock
know.
on wood, never say, it's like a police shift saying it's quiet. You never say.
Let's not do that. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Just get.
Second. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, let's go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Norma, you'll let me know about that
Yeah,
warrant?
I'll be back in touch with you.